fearsome objects, gorgeous gargantuans and authentic, because though they died out so long ago, their fossil bones remain, so we know just what they were like and can even sculpt them into still, or rather extinct, life.
Paleoscience shake, paleoscience shake, paleoscience shake, paleoscience shake, paleoscience shake.
A secret moment in the very beginning of this strange dinosaur's life.
Paleo-Apato 1, Paleo-Apato 2, Paleo-Apato 3, Paleo-Apato 4.
Producing a fossil hard as rock. The odds of this happening are so slim they are impossible to calculate. But then on top of that,
Can't wait to hear the ideas on the
fossil
horn.
makes the world of the dinosaur hunter the world of the long shot.
We come to this place for science. We come to paleontologizing streams to laugh, to cry, to show up late and then ask what today's topic is even though it's right there in the title. Because we need that. All of us. That indescribable feeling we get when the surf rock starts. And we learn something we've never known before. Not just entertained but somehow infotained. Together. Baffling images on a tiny computer screen. Sound that I can feel.
Dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir, dir, dir in it.
Genus names I can mispronounce.
Purdue.
Somehow, extinction feels good in a place like this. Our common ancestors feel like the best part of us. And dinosaurs feel like they're still around. Because here, they are. Paleontologizing streams, we make fossils less dead.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. Happy Monday, everybody. It is the start of a brand new week. We're gonna do some paleontologizing. And what is this right off the bat? Marcy walks dogs.
70 million year old dinosaur eggs, and they're perfectly preserved. Cool.
Nicole Kidman. What again?
I know, right? Marcy walks dogs? Holy cow, yeah. That's, that took some doing. Anyway, I appreciate your ongoing support. 20 months there, Marcy walks dogs. Really appreciate that. And holy cow, Hogan698, thank you. Oh, hang on, no. Hogan's alert comes after this. This is from So Spartan. Spartan, thank you for those 10 gift subs.
With 10 gift subs.
And look, not only have you made 10 lucky chatters very happy, but look how excited you've made this Tinamu bird, too. That is pretty special. Oh, shoot! Holy cow. Thank you, Spartan, for your generosity and your ongoing support.
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
And Hogan, thank you for the 2 months at tier 3.
Flame writes Mofo Wiggle Mellum Wiggle.
I really appreciate that, Hogan. Thank you. For
These are just a few of the questions surrounding these fantastic
tier 3
animals.
is nothing to sneeze at. I appreciate that, Hogan. Holy cow. And Nelf, thank you for the 38 months there. Exquisite. I appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. And Golganek, thank you for those 100 bits. We've got a hype train right at the beginning of the stream. Chaos, right at the beginning of the broadcast.
Massive jaws filled with razor-sharp teeth. Tyrannosaurus Rex was a terrifying sight.
Just like tactical sponges.
Everybody.
62 months, holy cow. Tactical sponge. Oh, that was from Mirth with the 44 months there. Thank you, Mirth. And Tactical Sponge, thank you for the 62 months. Holy moly. It's only because of the generous support of viewers like you. Thank you. That these streams are even possible. So, it's because of you that I could do science outreach like this full-time, that this gets to be my full-time job. That I can use my science outreach to fund my research, my travel, my fieldwork. It's a tremendous honor to be able to do that. And again, that's only possible because of good folks like you, Tactical Sponge, Murph, Nelf, Hogan, Golganek, Spartan, Marcy Walks Dogs, also Off-Worldo, and Benzor and Caden 2010, and Pothok. Thank you all for your support. Those alerts fired while we were still getting ready for the stream. I appreciate that very much.
With massive jaws filled with razor-sharp teeth, Tyrannosaurus Rex was a terrifying sight.
As is Victorious. Thank you for being such a terrifyingly loyal supporter. 44 months from Victorious. Thank you. I appreciate you. I don't know what else to say. Thank you very much. Mini Pie is wondering what's going on here. Well, Mini, I will... Here, I promise I'll pay you rent in just a few minutes, okay? But, we're going to be talking more about Spinosaurus today. that was kind of a surprise on Thursday, just as I was getting ready to stream that new paper, Spinosaurus mirabilis, just dropped. So we'll be talking about that critter a little bit.
Shudder at history's most ferocious killer, Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Weethel Lepin, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. I like your username. Thanks for following. Yeah, we're gonna be talking about this critter a bit. I'm particularly interested to see the press coverage on this, and maybe some things that the press coverage may have missed, which I will try and clue you into. I want to give you an inside peek into this sort of thing, tell you what maybe you're not going to read in the popular press. And we'll look at the original paper again. And we'll be doing our normal Q&A. Again, if anybody's new here, like you, Weethel Lepin, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. This is my means of trying to give people an inside look into how paleontology really works. I'm gonna turn our volume down a little bit on the music because it does a little loud. Whether I'm streaming from here in my office, in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. When I'm back in civilization, this is usually where I'm streaming from, where I live. But during the field season, I'm out in the field, digging up fossils, collecting data, doing what field paleontologists do when the weather and the funding permit. We spent 11 weeks in the field last year. 11 weeks and broadcast nearly every day live from the field via satellite. We'll see how many weeks we end up doing this year. It's only February, and so far we're at 0. But there's still snow on the ground all over the place where I normally go out and dig up fossils. So yeah, we've got exciting stuff coming up there. I'm also organizing some interviews with other paleontologists and other researchers of different stripes. That's a big part of what we do, is just talking to other scientists. Trying to give you other perspectives, trying to humanize science to the audience at home. We're going to be going over some new scientific papers, both today and this week. And doing a ton of Q&A. Again, the beauty of these live broadcasts is the interactivity. You can type things into the chat. Like Kensei Zero says, well, of course it's going to be in Jurassic Park. XV 16? Oh boy. Now they're on to Jurassic World now. Oh boy. Although I suppose at that point it'll be it'll move from Jurassic World to maybe Jurassic Galaxy? Jurassic Universe? Jurassic Multiverse? Jurassic Omniverse? I mean, just... Anyway, the last Jurassic World movie, which I saw... And it was in between field excursions last year that I saw that. Jurassic World Afterbirth, or whatever it was called. Yeah. Where was that? 2 years ago. I guess I gotta search. Afterbirth. Okay. Jurassic World. Wait, where did that go? There we go. Here it is. Sorry, we're getting a feline eclipse.
Linus is a whoa, you're right. It's a hunch. It's the same name. It's called Titanosaurus in Terror of Mechagodzilla.
Oh boy. Yeah.
More, it had these weird frilly things on its back, which I think were actually a reference to a Godzilla monster. I kid you not. I will show you in a second.
Not a Margosaurus. A Margosaurus is a Dicraeosaur, Claire. It's related to like Diplodocus. And then it's not a.
So
not a
look at
Titanosaurus.
these kind of frilly sails that are coming up off the animal's back right there. We don't have evidence for this in. In any kind of sauropod dinosaur like this. A Margosaurus has something similar.
That's what you're remembering, Claire. Yeah, yeah.
Except it probably wouldn't be retractable and probably didn't support too much of like a skin sail on it. But anyway, a Margosaurus is a Dicraeosaurid. It's not from the same group as Titanosaurus. It's not a Titanosaur.
Yeah.
And so, yeah. Where did they come up with this weird fin thing?
Am I wearing the same shirt there?
I think.
Lighting was very different in that.
They literally took it from this. This is a Toho Studios monster. This is one of Godzilla's adversaries from the film Terror of Mechagodzilla. And I'm pretty sure that's where they got that frilly stuff from. It's from this. It's even the same color. So again, frustrating. Yeah.
Yeah, what a lousy movie. Anyway, here's a link to that VOD if you want to see it. Frustrating. And Petrodactylus, no, I literally think that is what they did, is the director, one of the producers, or somebody decided Titanosaurus. Well, here's the thing, is that Titanosaurus is not really a valid taxon. It's based on what, like a vertebra or something like that? Yeah. Dubious genus. Like, we don't know what this animal looked like. They picked it, I think, because they thought the name sounded cool. Like, it can't be a coincidence. I don't think so. In Jurassic World Afterbirth, it's got these ridiculous, like, sail things on it like this. They, I think, directly took that from the Toho monster, which is also called Titanosaurus. Like, this is where they got that from. I'm pretty darn sure. I'd be curious to know if there's any, like, official confirmation about this, if anybody who worked on the film has spoken about this, but it's deeply frustrating to me because I've said it many times and I'll say it again. The Jurassic Park and Jurassic World movies are literally where the general public gets most of their information about dinosaurs. I dearly wish that were not the case. You know, as a paleontologist, I want people to know about these animals as real animals. I want people to have decent, good information. But most people are not reading books, they're not watching documentaries, they're not listening to paleontologists. We honestly, as paleontologists, as fossil scientists, could do a much better job of reaching out to the public. But for the vast majority of people around the world, their picture of dinosaurs comes directly from the Jurassic Park and Jurassic World movies. I wish that weren't the case, but it is the case. And so this is the clearinghouse. This is the source of the people's information about these dinosaurs. And so I think filmmakers have a certain kind of responsibility if they want to show real dinosaurs if they're going to show dinosaurs at all, try and make them authentic, you know? Because at the end of the day, that's what makes dinosaurs appealing. That's what makes them more interesting than demons or goblins or dragons or centaurs or whatever. It's the fact that dinosaurs are real, you know? The authenticity is what makes them appealing. You take that authenticity away and you are completely missing the point of what makes dinosaurs compelling to people. So, I don't know. They really dropped the ball with Jurassic world after birth, and it's frustrating, you know? Anyway, yeah. And Kensei says, on the bright side, there are some people who get interested by the monster movie dinosaurs and start doing legitimate research. Yes. But I think we're letting... In that particular case... I think you're reaching far fewer people than you otherwise could be, you know? The more compelling you make your dinosaurs, the wider an audience you will reach. There's a reason why the original Jurassic Park in 1993 was, at the time, the greatest box office hit in cinema history. At the time that movie came out, it was the biggest film of all time. I think a big part of that is the dinosaurs felt like real animals, you know? It wasn't some fantastical thing. It had an air of authenticity about it that was really compelling. And the Jurassic World movies have not kept up. They've not done that. They've kind of abandoned that the whole premise, you know? So yeah. And Petrodactylus is not asking for 100% ultimate accuracy for this film franchise, but at least some level of effort is all I ask for. Exactly, you know? Like...
In at number 8, we have the Tradoon. Tradoon.
Like...
Hello, Danny. Hello, chat.
And hello, Kari-chan06. Thank you for the 10 months of support. I really appreciate that. I mean, here's the thing, like, when your film is centered around, like, a made-up mutant monster thing, the abortionist Rex, or whatever they call it, that tells you that something is deeply, deeply wrong. Your film is not about dinosaurs anymore. It's about monsters, and it just kind of speaks to, an internal rot at the heart of that whole franchise, you know? A creative bankruptcy, just repeatedly missing the point, you know? That the soul of that whole enterprise is gone. You know? It's distressing. Anyway, we'll be talking more about this in a little bit. I stumbled across a video today, it was actually shared with me, of some people on the subway talking about dinosaurs. And this sort of thing, to me, as a paleontologist and a full-time science communicator, I do this for a living, that is... it's really interesting. I want to know what the general public's view of dinosaurs is. And so we're going to be using that as a springboard for discussion in a little bit. But yeah. And Starmy, Dinosaur by D'Agostini in the 90s. Booklet series. Starmy, do you mean, D'Agostini? If we're thinking about the same thing, that's from the UK originally. I know it was translated into a bunch of different languages, but are you talking about, you talking about these? It's too full. You talking about these? Yeah. You know, you can get the entire run of those in a book, then it's not even that expensive. Here we go. This is a big part of my childhood too. I had like 4 of those growing up in a binder. My dad bought them for me from a flea market, and it's a big deal. A lot of it was written by Dr. David Norman, an English paleontologist. Anyway, they're all compiled in here, the humongous book of dinosaurs, which you can get on thrift books for not that expensive. Like, it doesn't really cost that much for what it is. But this is the entire print run of these. It's pretty excellent. And it has, you know, I don't think it leaves anything out. It's got the A to Z of dinosaurs, the quiz questions, it's got the comics about dinosaur paleontology. It's excellent. So yeah, and the comic looks like it's a little corny, but it's a ton of fun. Petrodactylus, yeah. Here, let me see if I can find this for you on thrift books. This is gonna be oh, okay, shoot. It's a little more expensive than it was, but if you put it on a wish list, you can nab one. Here's one in acceptable condition. I guess they have 7 of them left? Okay. Well, okay, I guess it won't be a mad dash to get the last one then. But anyway, $25, I feel like that's a pretty good deal for, what, 1,300 pages? Yeah. And there's all kinds of just really lovely, well, again, the comics are super fun. Dinosaurs down the pit. It's the story of Louis Dolo and the Iguanodon at Bernissar in Belgium. And, oh, and there's David Norman right there. Who, he wrote a big part of the text, at least at first. Thanks to Dr. David Norman of Cambridge University, England, we now know that Iguanodon spent most of its time on all fours. Which is funny, because they took that, like, directly from a, from a photo of him. Let me see if I can find that. Oh, because I know I've seen this photo a bunch of times before. Anyway, yeah. Google search is not what it used to be. Anyway, good stuff. Yeah. But let me scroll up to chat. I feel like I missed some important things. Petrodactylus says, to be honest, they should get the art team on the Jurassic World Evolution games in the Dino Concepts. Yeah, they do a phenomenal job, Petrodactylus. I've talked about that before, where they released these, like, downloadable content add-ons to the game. Like, they had a feathered dinosaurs pack that was exquisite a while ago. It's good stuff. And if you have, like, you know, the video game development team that is consistently outperforming the Hollywood visual effects people, like, that, there's something wrong. That's a leadership issue, honestly. It's like the director and the producers, they dropped the ball. Anyhow, yeah. And let's see. And yeah, Starmate, yeah, excellent artwork. More impulse purchases for me to make? I mean, this is the sort of thing. I would at least just put this on your wish list, Petrodactylus, until, like, a more affordable copy comes up. Oh, but, piece of advice here. If you see one that shows up and it says that it's hardcover, know that that is a lie. Because I spent like $40 on what was marked as a hardcover copy of this, and then It showed up in the mail, and it was this. You know, they never made a hardcover, as far as I know. So don't be fooled by that. Frustrating. But yeah. And Marika says, nice topic today. I'm excited to learn why and how to study dinosaurs without knowing all that biology and medical science vocabulary. Marika, that's the fun thing about dinosaur science is dinosaur science will teach you those things. I didn't go to medical school. And I didn't go to university to study biology. I learned all of these concepts through my study of fossils. That's, if I know any medical terminology, gross anatomy, osteology, cellular biology, anything like that, that's all a result of my
that gives
being interested in paleontology.
It's very quirky, fortuitous, chancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
Thank you, Shark Geek, for the 7 months of support. I appreciate that tremendously. I hope you're doing well, Shark Geek. Can we get a shout out for Shark Geek there? If you're interested in ocean life, in marine conservation, in corals or bony fishes, or especially chondrichthyan fishes, cartilaginous fishes, sharks, and skates and rays, go follow Shark Geek right now. That's a necessary part of being interested in science on Twitter. Go follow Shark Geek.
Mighty hunter of the Jurassic Age.
And Gadaros, thank you for the 5 months of support. I really appreciate that, Gadaros. Thank you. Thanks for keeping me here online. Anywho, and Case Kuchin says, but didn't you study biology in the first place? No, I didn't. Paleontology was my entry point into the sciences, and it's the only science that I've really studied in depth. This is something that I'm eager to talk about today, and I'm hoping to bring an interviewee on to talk about this some point in the next month or two. Paleontology is one of the broadest sciences that there is. And it's one of the reasons why paleontologists are, compared to a lot of other sciences that might seem more specific or narrow, paleontology, it's such a broad science that paleontologists, people who've studied paleontology, we have to wear a lot of hats. There's so many different avenues of research. There's so many different areas of study that all kind of converge to form paleontology. So in the grand scheme of things, it kind of makes paleontologists very employable. Which is, it's odd to say that, I realize, because there are so few jobs in fossil science. There are very few paid paleontologist positions in the United States or around the world. But if you study fossil science, if you study fossil organisms, it makes you an attractive candidate for a lot of different jobs. I know a lot of paleontologists who teach in medical schools or in veterinary colleges. I know paleontologists who work on construction crews, helping identify fossils and stuff like that. I know paleontologists who work in science consulting, who work in kind of like science education more broadly. I know paleontologists who consult on films, like in Hollywood. I know paleontologists who work as artists, paleontologists who work as park rangers. When you're a paleontologist, you have to, if you're going to be a well-rounded paleontologist, you have to know biology, geology, a certain degree of chemistry, physics, maybe computer science, maybe art, illustration. You might have to know a thing or two about physiology. You might have to know a thing or two about the philosophy of science. When you're studying extinct organisms, there's so much that you have to think about. By the very nature of our science, we are in a lot of ways kind of kept from being siloed into very specific areas. We have to keep a broad mind about things. Particularly because the evidence that we have to work with is often fairly limited. So you have to get really creative in the way that you form hypotheses and run experiments. There are certain constraints that paleontology puts on us that force us to broaden our perspectives, you know? This is a topic that I find really fascinating, and I'm eager to talk about it more throughout today's stream, and then also, again, I'm hoping to bring on a guest to talk about this in the nearish future. Okay, and there you go, Patrick Pirate, yeah. Oh, holy cow, I appreciate you, Patch. Thank you for the 56 months of support there. Brilliant. That is excellent. I appreciate you, Patch. Speaking of somebody who knows science, Patrick Pirate, I hope you're doing well. It's good to have you. Yeah. And Diagonal says, paleontology is the intersection of biology, geology, chemistry, history, ecology, and many other fields. Absolutely, yes. Yeah. Pretty funny. Shark Geek says, imagine getting paid to do science. I mean... Yeah. Yeah. Here, I can kind of tease this right now, I think. Here's somebody I actually owe a lot to. Here we go. She just gave a talk at Berkeley last week that I was lucky enough to attend. Old friend of mine, Sarah El Shafi.
Hi, my name is Sarah El Shafi. I'm from Chicago, Illinois, and I'm pursuing a doctoral degree in integrative biology at the University of California, Berkeley.
So she's already got that doctoral degree. Sarah's got her PhD, and she now works as of this year, she's working as a consultant in Washington, D.C. I don't know if consultant is her official role, but she works for like a philanthropy organization where they have a bunch of wealthy people who want to give away money, and their job as an organization is to try and apply expertise to this. It's like, what are people from different scientific fields saying about the most effective areas to apply funding toward? That's her job, is to use her perspective and her training in science to help consult on this, as I understand it.
Coming to Berkeley was a dream come true for me. So many factors drew me here, and I had no doubt in my mind that I wanted to come to Cal to pursue an advanced degree in biology. The academic community here is incredible, as are the resources available. Even within my own department building, we have multiple world-class museum collections available to graduate students.
Yep, there's UCMP. That's where I got my start
really
as a paleontologist.
Encouraged to pursue multiple and complementary areas of research. This was an ideal program for me because I have
Sarah's
many
kind of all about this.
I study paleontology, herpetology, global change biology, and marine science. I'm also very passionate about conservation and science education. As a first-year graduate student, I have already been able to explore and get involved in all of my areas of interest. My goal is to find a way to integrate my different research paths into a dynamic dissertation project.
Yep.
I hope to contribute my research to conservation initiatives, and I also plan to use my work in outreach programs for the local community. My graduate training at Berkeley will give me a versatile skill set that will help me to pursue whatever career I choose.
So, yeah.
I was very honored to receive a Chancellor's Fellowship for Graduate Study from the university. This fellowship has allowed me the stability and freedom to devote more time to my studies than would otherwise have been possible. Studying under a university fellowship also gives me positive pressure to perform well, to use my time efficiently, to make most of my graduate experience here, and especially to give back to the university community.
Anyway, I hope this is getting across this idea that as paleontologists, we kind of have to be Jackson Jills and Jessies of all trades. I include the NBs there too. We have to be really flexible oftentimes in how we think about things. We have to be creative in the way that we approach problems, be they logistical problems or research intellectual problems, Sarah's very, very good at this, and she's got a really cool perspective on this, and I'd be eager to share that with you if she can find time to join us for an interview sometime in the next month or so. I talked to her about that, and she said, yeah, shoot me an email, so I think that'd be cool. I said I kind of owe Sarah El-Shafi a lot in the sense that when I first moved back to California from Montana in 2018, I was working as a graphic designer in a print shop. I was really eager to get back into teaching, get back into science. I think it was Sarah who forwarded me an email about a summer science camp that was looking for instructors. I applied for that, and I got the job, and from that, I got a full-time teaching position. And then spending time in the city, I met Lordy and Ios. Ios was working at Twitch at the time, so I learned what Twitch was, and I started getting involved with the science outreach on Twitch, and then here we are today. But it was because of that kindness of Sarah El-Shafi that all of this happened in the first place, so I'm deeply grateful to her, and I probably wouldn't be here right now if it hadn't been for Sarah El-Shafi being thoughtful and informing me about that job opening. So yeah. Anywho, and very cool, Kid, Time Traveler, yeah. There are many paths into paleontology, for sure. Absolutely. Yeah. Anyhow. And Alexander Morrison says, Temnospondyle spotted? Wasn't that Ariops there, or Seymour? I think it's Ariops in the background. I don't know, is Ariops a Temnospondyle? I want to say it's like a reptilomorph or something, but I could be wrong. Ariops. No, it is. It totally is a Temnospondyle, yeah. Ding, ding, ding. You were correct, Alexander Morrison. Nice. Yeah. Anywho. So yeah. And Demon Prince makes a good point here, I think. A lot of different sciences just sticking to one's own niche is not enough anymore. Be it a STEM person or someone in the humanities, most need to look outside their own chosen field at least somewhat, which is a good thing. Yeah, Sarah has a lot to say about this, by the way, and her talk on last Tuesday was all about that. We observe many problems that do not fit neatly into our defined boxes. Exactly, Demon Prince, yeah. And, Anywho. Before I forget, let's do a post to Blue Sky. Then we'll do some Metazoa. Then I bet you we'll have some chatters coming in here asking about Spinosaurus here. We'll talk about that a little bit. And then I do want to continue on this subject of why paleontology is important and why we as paleontologists and people in the general public interested in paleontology, we still have a long way to go in terms of educating people. It is It's a blessing and a curse. It's a challenge and an opportunity. We'll get into that later. But first, Blue Sky post real quick. There we go. Take a quick screenshot. Let's see if that's presentable. Yeah, that'll work. Excellent. Let's go ahead and crop that. Come on, Microsoft Paint. Why are you taking so long? There we go. All right, let's get it posted. Also discussing paleontology is important to modern society. And sorry about ears right now. I'm gonna type an M dash into the chat. I gotta use my soundboard for that. But the number pad is also my soundboard, so hang on a second. And what? Join us and chat at twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. Paleontologizing looks correct. Life-sized, 3D printed. Oops. Spinosaurus, dorsal vertebra, and baryonyx claw. Various frame prints of Spinosaur and phylogeny related images. It's good enough. And let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. Yeah. And yeah, I saw that too. Yeah, Hans-Dieter Sues. He brought these. We'll be talking about that as well. I've seen people posting about that on Blue Sky. I never really got to spend a lot of time with Hans. I met him in SVP a few times. But, I don't really have any Hans-Dieter Sues stories. Anyway, Andrew, it's good to see you in the chat. I hope you're doing well. That's Andrew Milner there, everybody. Curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum in St. George, Utah. Anyway, I put a link to that Blue Sky post there in the chat if anybody wants to engage with that. We're getting up close to 2,000 followers here. Just 19 away so far. Pretty good. If anybody's on Blue Sky, I would highly recommend it as a platform for corresponding with scientists. All the cool science kids are on Blue Sky. Anyway, here's Scott Williams, now of Museum of the Rockies. Yeah. Talking about Hans-Dieter Sues there on the right. Oh, shoot, yeah. So here's Hans Sues right here, who just passed away. Surprising. This is unexpected. Hans Sues right here. Many of you might recognize him rather from various paleontology documentaries. Hans Sues here. Here is brother Matt Lamana, friend of the channel. We've done field work with Matt Lamana for several years now. Here's Thomas Holtz and Andy Farkey. Yeah. 4 well-known dinosaur paleontologists here. This is really sad. I mean, shoot. Unexpected loss. Hans Sues wrote some books that had a big impact on me when I was a kid. And in some small way, at least, he's part of the reason why I got into paleontology. I'm not sure if I have any of those at the ready. Are at the moment, but anyway, I can pull up a video. Take a look at this.
Okay, I'm ready. Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Hans Sues. Before the opening of our new fossil hall this coming June, I'm here to answer some of your questions about dinosaurs, life, and even cats, because I love cats. Lindsay.
Wait, where did Mini Pie go? I didn't even give her any treats. Anyway, I love cats too. Do we have anybody who loves cats in the chat? Maybe? Cats on the internet? Who'd have thought, you know?
They sent us this great question on Facebook from 5-year-old Andrew. What did Spinosaurus use its sail for? Thanks.
Relevant
now,
to today.
That's a great question. Generally, when you have structures like that, they are used to display to other animals. You want to show them just how fierce and big you are. You want to impress potential mates. Or there are purposes that we can only guess at. For instance, a sail might help the animal shed excess body heat when it's in a very warm environment. All right, next question. On Facebook, Monita asks, my daughter continually claims to be a dinosaur. When I ask her a question, she responds with, "Rawr." How can I find out what kind of dinosaur my daughter is and
the
what
bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as
tactile 3D
the
picture.
wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dirter in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
Thank you, Tactile 3D Picture, for your Prime sub. I really appreciate the support. Thank you. Yeah.
It's unlikely that your daughter is actually a dinosaur. Dinosaurs actually didn't go raw. That's a Hollywood thing. If you look at reptiles today, crocodiles, lizards, snakes, they actually don't make raw. They hiss, and they growl. So you can't address your daughter's needs. Now, here's a question that has nothing to do with dinosaurs whatsoever. Carol has a personal problem she needs help with and asks on our YouTube page, how can I be friends with people who can't see how cool museums are? Carol, you can't.
Anyway, good guy, Hans Sues. lot of us are gonna miss him. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue, because this is delightful. I don't want to skim past this.
We don't have any more time today, but please post more questions in the comments below, and I'll try to get to them next time. Have a nice day.
This is fun.
Okay, let's get right to it. Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Hans Süß.
And we were saying before that, you know, as paleontologists, we have to wear many hats. And you have to know a thing or two about a lot of different subjects. Maybe you're a dinosaur paleontologist, but you might still have to know a thing or two about, say, cats.
Before the opening of our new fossil hall this coming June, I'm here to answer some of your questions about dinosaurs, life, and even cats. Because I love cats. I'm not just a dinosaur specialist, you know.
Yep.
Facebook user Lysandra sent us this question from Adrian, who's just 7 years old. What is thought to be the most fierce dinosaur ever discovered? The most fierce dinosaur, in my opinion, would have been the creatures that were represented by the raptors in the movie Jurassic Park. In real life, these are called dromaeosaurs. They include animals like the velociraptor, Utahraptor, and Deinonychus. These are spectacular predators with long arms, huge claws, and a mouth full of teeth that look like little steak knives. I certainly wouldn't want to meet one in a dark alley. All right, next.
And he did say dromaeosaur, Kensei Zero. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, of course. That is kind of a standard answer that you get. Especially some of the bigger dromaeosaurs. Things like Utahraptor would have been quite formidable creatures. You know? Yeah. And that brings back memories? Were you around during the Cretaceous period, Kensei? Is that what you're implying here? No, but yes, kinda. There you go. Anyhow, back to this.
Next question. Instagram user Closeted Moron would like to know how many new dinosaur species get discovered per year on average.
Oh, shoot. So this is something I'm hoping to publish on this year. It's like between 30 and 50 every year. Yeah.
These days, about 20 to 30 new species. Every year, new...
So that's actually kind of an undercount. He might be... Maybe Hans Süß here is... Maybe he's thinking only about valid taxa. There are between like 30 and 50 new genus and species names for dinosaurs published every year, but not all of those are going to stand the test of time. Not all of those are going to be valid. So he's not wrong about this. Yeah.
These days, about 20 to 30 new species. Every year, new dinosaurs are being discovered in places like Argentina, Brazil, China, but also here in the United States, we still find lots and lots of new dinosaurs. Ooh, a kitty question. Instagrammer Crayon Mac wants to know.
Here, before we get to the cat questions here, Murph says, any reason why Ostroraptor is thought to have such a different shaped skull? Yeah, so Ostroraptor there, Murph, which is that critter there, that's number 3 on the diagram. The kind of tall, lanky one. The grayish one there. Here. That is what Matt Lamanna and I would call a Unanlahine dromaeosaur. So it's a subfamily within Dromaeosauridae, within the dromaeosaurs, the raptor dinosaurs. These guys, like Ostroraptor, like Unanlahia, like Butryraptor, they have very thin, narrow snouts. There we go. and they tend to be pretty lanky in general. They may have been fish eaters. That's how they've been interpreted. So, a critter like this with such a long, thin snout. Yeah, Claire says, my vote is piscivore. Bingo. That's kind of the general consensus on these guys, is that's probably what they're doing. So like Spinosaurus, yeah, but probably a different approach to catching fish than Spinosaurus, which is really interesting. There's lots of different fish-eating tetrapods, and I actually have a paper about this that I need to get published soon. There's a bunch of different fish-eating vertebrate animals who live on land who have very different strategies for catching fish. This guy may have been a bit more like a heron than Spinosaurus would be. And Dark Dissonance, hey, welcome to Paleontologizing. They say swamp dino? That has been how these animals have been portrayed. Yeah. So, here. Let's see if I can find that clip. There we go. From Prehistoric Planet. There's a lovely gar fish swimming around. Oh! So Osteoraptor is really big compared to its relatives. Yep. Small arms, though. And there you go, Shark Geek. Yeah, exactly, right? So yeah, to my knowledge, they also have similar teeth to like Spinosaurids and crocodiles. More conically shaped, so less like steak knives and more like a crocodile tooth. Cone shaped. And they don't have strong serrations on their teeth either. Dolphin-esque. There you go, Claire. I mean, Lenina, yeah. Yeah, kind of. Anyway, I think Osteoraptor helps to illustrate how versatile how adaptable the Dromaeosaurid body plan is. I mean, here we've got a number of different Dromaeosaurids, different members of the raptor dinosaur family. Here's Velociraptor right here, for instance, number 2. That is life-size. I mean, like, actual size compared to a person. Not a very big animal. But within Dromaeosauridae, you've got big, stocky bruisers like Utahraptor. You have more slender guys with shorter arms and longer, thinner snouts. They may have been fish eaters like Osteoraptor. You have small, probably gliders like Microraptor here. Another member of the same family. And yet, here it is gliding through the air. Pretty cool. And then, on the other end of that spectrum, or spectrum, I don't know, doing a different thing, rather. Hulscaraptor is an animal that is almost kind of goose-like. It's also a dromaeosaur. It also has that sickle toe claw like that. And these guys have been interpreted as like aquatic predators, probably eating little fishes and stuff like that. Like, we've got decent evidence that they were actually pursuing their prey underwater. Really cool to think about. So it's, you know, it's like a water bird. How cool is that? All dromaeosaurs, you know? I guess we shouldn't be surprised that that general kind of body plan could be so adaptable. You could modify it for so many different lifestyles, different ecologies. Because it was from a very close relative of these animals.
Oh, what time and oh, what fun. Playing tag with your iguanodon.
Thank you, Niffler, for the 100 bits
When
there.
your paper is published and we have another scientist, say Balint or someone similar, come on stream to interview you on your paper.
I would love that, Niffler. We should do that, yeah. I think that would be really cool. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for the 100 bits, by the way, Niffler. I was supposed to send some emails out about that yesterday and didn't have time for it, but I gotta be working on that paper soon. Gotta get that submitted for publication. Anyway, I was saying that with dromaeosaurs as diverse in their ecologies, it's probably no surprise that modern birds evolved from a close relative of the dromaeosaurs, if not from a dromaeosaur itself. You see that sickled toe claw right there? Yeah. Think about the huge diversity, not just of different species, but different lifestyles, different body plans, different ecologies of birds today. Makes sense that they would evolve from such a body plan with so much potential, you know? It's pretty cool to think about. Don't you think, Sweetie Pie? Sweetie Pie loves birds. Yeah. And Clairbird says, do you think that clutching claws and Osteoraptor were vestigial? I mean, the way that they were portrayed there makes them look very vestigial. I don't know if we actually have that claw from Osteoraptor. I don't know that off the top of my head, if that is inferred or speculated, or if it's... or if we actually have evidence of that. Looking at Scott Hartman's skeletal here. Looks like we're missing the digit 2 claw itself. But there is one of the digits in there that's preserved. Yeah. Oh, yeah. What do you think, Sweetie Pie? Huh? Yeah. Oh. And, oh, we talked about that on Thursday, Mother Toad Nursery Rhymes, yeah. Yeah, I haven't heard much about that since then. But if you or anybody else happens to be in Texas, there are different ways that you can fight that project. You can fight that whole debacle. Here's a link if you're interested. I actually just got done 3D printing a, there you go, Lenina, yeah. Fight it, we don't want it, exactly. I hope they listen to you, Lenina, as a Texas resident. Those trackways around the Paluxy River, around Glen Rose, Texas, are so scientifically important, and I don't know. Threatening that stuff for something as foolish as an AI data center. I mean, again, these things are not going to be around in 10 years, you know? Like, it's a bubble that's going to pop, like, probably this year. I don't know. It's deeply frustrating, all of this foolishness around AI. I mean, large language models are the proper term. None of this stuff is artificially intelligent. It's all just glorified autocomplete, you know? Thoroughly unimpressive technology that, I don't know, incredibly wasteful, harmful to society, expensive beyond belief, to the point where 0 of these AI companies are even remotely close to profitability. They're being propped up with speculative money. The whole thing, it's like, it's crazier than the whole, you know, that tulip craze in Holland all those years ago. At least there they had an actual flower to show for it, you know? It's a real physical, tangible thing. With all this AI nonsense, it's just smoke and mirrors. It's so frustrating. Anyway, I just got done 3D printing a scan of a track, theropod track from the Paluxy River at Glen Rose. It's just a small one. I have plans to print a larger one too. But let me go grab that and I'll show it to you. There we go. Still needs some cleaning up. But check that out. Nice theropod track. What do you think, Sweetie Pie? Yeah? I don't know what the ichnotaxon is here. Eubrontes. I'm not saying this is Eubrontes. I'm saying Eubrontes. Andrew Milner, if you're still here in the chat, you might know off the top of your head what this critter is. What this ichnotaxon is. What's the genus name for this footprint? I'm forgetting off the top of my head. The one that's thought to be Acrocanthosaurus? Who is that? Yeah. Anyway. I'm going to print another one of these that's like 2 or 3 times bigger. And that'll be really nice to have up on the wall. Yeah. And Sharky, doesn't it look cool? Yeah. I was really happy with this. I try and check the different 3D printing, 3D model websites every once in a while. And see if there's any new stuff up there. And I found this on Thingiverse last night. I've not been checking Thingiverse as frequently as I check Sketchfab. So it was nice to see this up there. Good stuff. Oh, and very cool, Lenina. That's an awesome idea. Yeah. And Devolved... Oh, and hey, Lordy. How you doing? Devolved wants to know, have you thought about having a store where you sell 3D printed dinosaur stuff? It's just... I don't know. I'm not in this to make money, Devolved. I'm in this to, you know, have cool stuff to have in the background for our streams, to have different objects that we can use for teaching purposes, for demonstrating different scientific concepts. 3D printing is a... It's not a very fast way of producing things en masse. And it's not a good way to make money, in my opinion. I don't know. I'm not in this to make money either. I'm in this because I want to have cool objects like this to, you know, to have in the background of our streams every day. And I want to do that in a responsible way. You know? I'm not looking to have real fossils on display in the background because, well, where do real fossils belong?
It belongs in a museum.
So yeah. Anyhow, and I am printing an egg, Golganek, yeah. Yeah, it's an Elongatulithus egg right there. Which is thought to probably be from an Oviraptorosaur. So yeah, that'll be cool. I did a whole nest of eggs, which I delivered to the Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont, California, last year. Let me see if I can find that. Here's our unveiling of the... Well, Brian Eng's unveiling of his big Paramylodon statue. Big ground sloth. But here, let me go back a little bit.
It is buffering to learn about the ancient past through the stuff up and running now. How's our volume right now?
Maybe I
Doing
didn't show it on
Thank you,
this one.
Salamander.
Did we go back inside
It
at
is
any
buffering
point?
to learn about the ancient past through the study of fossils.
I think we did.
What that means for us today. All that.
Yeah, here we go.
Our baby trace part up, right? I remember this one last time. Stuff. And I love that we've got a plastic Camarasaurus here.
So these are different 3D prints that I delivered to the Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont, where lots of people.
It's a really nice model. I like this a lot. But that's this same dinosaur here. Good old Camarasaurus. The most common sauropod dinosaur in the Morrison Formation. Late Jurassic of North America. I've excavated some what were probably Camarasaurus bones in the Morrison a few years. LJ Krumenacker. Oh, and then there's these theropod eggs. I also
there we go.
Did this and delivered it a few years back.
Yeah, so this is one that I did. And these are maybe the same ichnotaxon, same taxon, I should say. Taxon. Elongatulithus. There we go. Yeah, so this is the name for this particular shape of egg, which are thought to be from an Oviraptorosaur dinosaur. Which, I could talk about them for a long time, but yeah, really cool critters. And there's Macrolithus, which I think is larger. But anyway.
Yeah.
And Salamander says, I wish 3D print filament wasn't plastic resin. I wish it was biodegradable. You can get biodegradable 3D print filament, Salamander, at least partly biodegradable. I have some filament that's made with wood pulp, which gives it a really interesting kind of texture. And it makes it more sandable. It interacts with paint and with like dark wash and stuff in a different kind of way than other filament does. It's nice to have. For certain applications, it's really cool. So yeah, look into that if you're interested in it. And Shark Geek says there are plant-based resins that can be composted in industrial composting sites. Yeah. There's lots of cool stuff like 3D printing. I know it can be a little overhyped sometimes, but it is cool. It for certain applications, it makes a lot of sense, and it can be really useful. So yeah. I think people who see this as some sort of miracle technology are largely misguided. But for certain stuff, 3D printing is really cool. I mean,
no shame, no sign of disgrace or failure.
It's a trap.
In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually become extinct.
Extinct is true, Zidrat. Thank you for helping me avoid extinction myself for the past 7 months. I appreciate you, Zidrat. Thank you. Good stuff. Anywho, let's get Sweetie Pie paid here, our landlord. Gotta make sure we pay the rent here, huh, Sweetie Pie? Huh. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah. Look at that. Whoa, look, there's treats
Did
for
you ever, though, have a moment where it was kind of
Hang on a second.
No.
Thank you, Captain Ahaf, for the 2 months of support. I really appreciate that. We were supposed to have gotten rid of that alert. What happened there? Hang on. Stream Elements is acting up. Hang on just a moment. Do you want to eat these? They are for you. Look. What's that? Oh, would you deign to feed upon these treats, sweetie pie? And Fiona the T-Rex, thank you for the 10 gift subs there. Really appreciate that. Okay. Cool. And hey, Captain Ahaf, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. And holy moly, Fiona the T-Rex, thank you for the 10 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Why is Sweetie Pie running away?
Fiona the T-Rex is overloading
Almost like
the
she
system with
senses
10 gift
danger.
subs.
But thank you, Fiona the T-Rex. You've made 10 lucky chatters very excited. Along with this Tinamou bird. Very excited about your generosity here. Get out of there, it's gonna blow! Oh, shoot! Holy cow! Thank you, Fiona. Don't worry about that Tinamou bird. I'm sure he's fine. But, yeah, and there you go, Petrodactylus, yeah. And Captain Ahab says, I'm doing great, enjoying a chill afternoon, chill evening while it's storming outside. Nice. Are you, in the eastern United States right now? We've got some people who are there right now in the midst of a blizzard. Eastern Canada, oh, sorry. I should have said along the Atlantic coast of North America. The northern Atlantic coast of North America. I do my very best not to be a United States chauvinist, but yeah. In fact, I think I saw, wasn't Sloppy Salamander in here earlier? Salamander, are you here? How are you doing? I hope you're weathering the storm okay. I know you're in that part of the world.
With massive jaws filled with razor-sharp teeth,
Kennedy 104.
Spinosaurus Rex was a terrifying sight.
Thank you for the 40
along
months.
the Atlantic coast of North America.
Very nice, Kennedy. I hope you are staying warm and keeping the snow off of you, Kennedy. Thank you for the 44 months of support. I really appreciate you, Kennedy. Holy cow. Yeah. Yeah, and Salamander says, I also am. The storm is officially the worst one to hit my state ever. I was reading about that earlier.
Playing tag with you, Holy
cow. Thank you, Golganek, for those 100 bits. Getting a hype train kicked off here. Beautiful. Beautiful. We got like 10 seconds to see if it might not take. That's okay. Yeah, Salamander, holy cow. I heard Rhode Island is seeing historic snowfall right now. I mean, we're talking about... Shoot. We're talking about, like, Bering Land Bridge type stuff. You're getting so much snowfall that, like, you could start to see, megafaunal migration. With enough snow and ice, you could have, like, an ice bridge form. You might even be able to walk from Rhode Island to the mainland of the United States. That's how much snow and ice they're getting right now. That's what I've heard. Holy cow. Trek Nerd, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, you gotta watch out, Salamander. That fragile, insular island ecosystem you have there in Rhode Island. You might have, like, mastodons and mammoths and stuff walking over across an ice bridge, you know? Yeah. You're on the actual island part of... Well, shoot, you got me there, Salamander. Darn. You got me. Where's my...
got him!
You got me. Yeah. I didn't know. I thought I was making a joke. For anybody who's watching right now who's very confused, Rhode Island is a state in the United States, which is a country in North America, which is a continent on the planet Earth. Here is the continental United States. Rhode Island here, in this little inset, is in red. I was making a joke about a land bridge forming to Rhode Island because despite the name, much of Rhode Island is not actually an island, but there are little islands here, which I guess is where Rhode Island gets its name. Anyway, this concludes our explanation of a joke, and as we all know, explanations of jokes always make them funnier. Anyway. Yeah. Right level with the mainland. Oh, there you go, Salamander. Okay, yeah. Usually insulated against the worst of the snowfall. Interesting. Yeah. Oh, and there you go, Fiona. I'm glad you found your charging cable. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I've done my part. I've been subject to icy conditions, to murderous snow, you know, the whole ice apocalypse kind of thing before, back when I served my time in Montana. I lived in Montana from 2010 until, yeah, basically from August of 2010 to August of 2018. And then I moved back home to California. And holy cow, the winters there I wouldn't wish on anybody. I am very fortunate that I happen to live here now. Come on, why is it not? This is not whiteout conditions, this is the page failing to load. Here we go. Here, I do open image in new tab. There we go, now it works. Yeah, this is a view from the Lawrence Hall of Science up in the Berkeley Hills. In the San Francisco Bay Area, there is San Francisco Bay. There's San Francisco there. There's Treasure Island in the middle of the bay. There's the Golden Gate Bridge. And, yeah, it's actually supposed to be cloudy and kind of rainy for the rest of the week. Which normally I wouldn't mind, but I'm supposed to be burning some silk screens, using some photo emulsion. I need direct sunlight for that. And we might not get that until next weekend. So it's kind of inopportune. But I can never really complain about the rain here, because at least it's not snow, and... But yeah, these are current conditions here in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Why are our lights not working? Come on, let's... There we go. It's supposed to do that automatically. I don't know what's wrong with it. Anyway. Yeah. Doesn't exactly look like that at the moment. It's a little cloudy today, but shoot, I can't complain. What's the current conditions? 65 degrees Fahrenheit. Which is what, like... 28 degrees Celsius, something like that? $18 degrees Celsius, sorry. I didn't grow up with the Celsius scale, so I know they converge at -40. I know that 40 degrees Celsius is very hot, And that's typically the kind of conditions that I endure in Utah during the summers. But anything between there, between -40 and 40 Celsius, it's all just a big question mark to me. One of the many disadvantages of growing up in the United States. Yeah. Anywho, and Zool says, ever visit the full house used in exterior shots? Oh, those are called the Painted Ladies in San Francisco. And I always think that's kind of funny because as a nearly lifelong Bay Area resident, I was born here, I grew up here, I moved to Montana for about a decade, and then I moved back here after that. And I've been here since 2018. This is not really like a destination for people who live here. I know that this was the, this is a really famous image to people around the world. These Victorian homes. I forget what park that is in the city. It's got to be somewhat near the Mission, right? I recognize the big church there on the skyline. I used to take the bus past that every day along Geary Boulevard to go to work back when I had that full-time teaching job. But yeah, the Painted Ladies. This is like, it's a major tourist attraction. I think I've only ever been here once. Because, like, there's not really a lot of other reason to go there. But yeah, Alamo Park. Thank you, Lordy. Yeah. Made famous by this TV show. Yeah. Here we go. You know this show, right?
You a question?
Sure, anything.
You're my dad, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So where's my mom?
I'm sorry, but your mom died when you were just a little girl.
Anyway, yeah. I can't show the full show, you know? It's Twitch. Patrick Nicholas, not a fan of Full House. I remember it would come on when I was a kid, and I remember being disappointed by that, because it's like if I had to watch Full House on TV, that meant that the like animal documentaries that I was trying to watch weren't on at the time. Yeah. Oh yeah, Animal Planet used to be really good, Kensei. Absolutely. We were talking about this the other day.
Shame. No sign of disgrace or failure. In fact, in a world
Chowbot.
full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species
Lived in the
eventually
Bay
become
Area
extinct.
30 plus years and I've never seen the Painted Ladies on purpose, haha.
That's totally a thing, Chowbot. Like, apparently it's a huge tourist destination. People from around the world go to look at those houses. And, I don't have any reason to go there. I have friends who live in the city. Hopefully I'm going to be doing some museum work there over the next month. Like, there's lots of cool things to do and see in San Francisco. Seeing the Painted Ladies, the houses from Full House, not really on my list. You know? Just not a thing. Yeah. And Chowbut, I didn't realize you're also a Bay Area resident. Pretty cool. Yeah. 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 By the way, you know who else is a Bay Area resident? I was surprised to learn this just the other day. Holy cow. Someone who is now world famous. Someone who took home the gold medal in figure skating. Anyway. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. She rolls. Agreed, Airbomb. Absolutely. I hope I'm not obnoxious about this, but like, I've got a lot of pride in my home region, the Bay Area. This is where I was born and raised, and this is where I moved back to. Got a lot of affection for this area. And I'm hoping to maybe do some cool streams about Bay Area geography, biology, wildlife, conservation over the next few months. So, stay tuned for that. Yeah. And Lenina says, not obnoxious at all. As a Texan, I'm used to it. Eco Lenina, yeah. Well, yeah. And Addicted to Capping says, as a Chiefs fan, we were taught to hate Oakland. You are the capital E enemy? Chiefs? What's that? I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know what that is. Yeah. It's a football thing. Oh. I played football back in high school. And middle school, too. Yeah. I don't know. I enjoy playing, but I'm terrible at watching it. I just get bored to tears. But I played left fullback in high school. But I don't know. It's such a big time commitment, you know? Yeah. Oh, and that's awful, Moose. Ugh. Yeah, that's another thing that we're going to be talking about over the next few months is fishing practices and how they affect marine ecosystems, especially critters like leatherback turtles. Yeah, that's a whole thing. I could get into that now, go on a whole hours-long tangent about that, but I'm resisting the temptation because Metazua beckons, and we have... Okay, we still have an hour for this, good. I'm glad we have... It was either an hour or an hour and 2 minutes. I'm glad we have an hour and 2 minutes. But yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. Oh, and Clipscope. Yeah, we gotta do that, Claire. Let's do that first. And then we'll get into Metazua. Shall we? Here's something. I don't have the video sting done for this yet. I haven't had time to work on this. I've had too many other things going on. But a big part of doing science outreach here on Twitch full time is trying to reach a wide audience, trying to talk to people about fossil science. People who might not otherwise be exposed to or interested in paleontology. Reaching a wide audience is kind of the point of being here on Twitch. We've got 226 plus people watching right now. Probably more people than if I were just out on a street corner with a cardboard sign saying, "Hey, ask me about fossils." The point I'm making is that a wider audience is better for science outreach. And one of the ways of trying to reach a wider audience is through getting clips shared online. Now, in order to try and do that, I've been trying to encourage people in the chat to make more clips and then share them online. So we've got a friendly weekly competition here on Paleontologizing, wherein I will go through clips from the past week, or in this case, maybe the past 2 weeks, because I think it's been 2 weeks. We'll see which chatters have created clips that have the most views, and then we'll be awarding our Clipping Goat of the Week. The greatest of all time of the week. And we might be doing that in just a minute here because we're getting a raid from BitGamey. Oh, holy cow. Why did our alert not fire? That's a bit odd. But thank you, BitGamey, for the raid. We'll get to Clipping Goat of the Week in just a couple minutes here. But Harry Cat, Science Streams, Roblang Dev, Entropic Universe, Dark Muppeteer, Lodoc. How are you all doing? How is BitGamey's stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome, BitGamey and Raiders, to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Holy cow, thank you for joining us. My name is Danny Anduza. Well, here. We can automate this part. Here's a quick channel trailer to introduce you to the channel and show you what this is all about, what we do here on stream.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing.
There we go. And there you go, Claire. No, this is, I stitched these clips together by hand.
Test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big.
Dinosaur! Gigantic dinosaurs attacking our boy!
What?
Dinosaur?
What? Harry Cat, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There we go. That's what we're all about here. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. And Petrodactylus says, what film is that clip from? I keep forgetting to ask. Oh, Petrodactylus, one of my favorite films of all time. Actually came out the year I was born, but I did not see it in the theater because it came out in Japan. One of the coolest movie posters of all time. Oh, boy. It is, of course, 1991's Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah, which is a fantastically weird and fun movie. Yeah. Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah. Yeah, it's Sinclair knows. Time travel and alien. Well, they don't actually turn out to be aliens, but yeah. And dinosaurs and just an incredibly like weird, goofy film that has these sporadic flashes of unexpected genius within it. Here we go. Yeah, one of my favorite films. It's so much fun. Yeah. Petrodactylus says, I am shamefully living under a rock when it comes to Godzilla stuff. I'm quite the opposite, Petrodactylus. You know, I know we have a lot of instances on stream where I either don't know a lot about certain pop culture things or feign ignorance about certain pop culture things. But holy cow, when it comes to the Godzilla filmography, I'm almost a little embarrassed at my depth and breadth of knowledge. Certainly not a blind spot for me, I'll put it that way. Yeah. And there you go, Claire Berry. Yeah, see, Claire Berry's familiar with this movie, yeah. 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 I think it was Major Spielberg, their NES collector, but yeah. I know this film. I know this. Yeah. Was it Major Spielberg? Was it Lieutenant? I think it was Major Spielberg. Yeah. And then we have moments like this. Oh, man. So good. So this film manages to rip off a whole bunch of different science fiction properties, from Star Trek to Terminator to it's so good. You kind of just have to watch the movie. I'm like, it's almost not even worth explaining. He's like a superhuman android sent from the future in a ship that gets mistaken for an extraterrestrial flying saucer, and they have this whole plan where they're trying to remove Godzilla from the timeline of Earth events, and then it's a completely bonkers, off-the-wall movie that is... You just have to see it. 1991's Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah. Here. There we go. One of my favorite films. It's so off the wall. An NES collector says, Danny, did you see -1? I didn't like it. Yeah. I was really disappointed by it, to be honest. It was a good film. It just didn't feel like a Godzilla movie. I don't know. I also really didn't like the film's politics, so I'll put it that way. I'm not going to get into that right now because it's a huge downer, but holy cow, I didn't like it. I know that's an unpopular opinion. I didn't like Godzilla -1. Yeah. Yeah. And there you go, NES Collect. Yeah, not every movie's for every person. Yeah. That's the thing that a lot of the more recent Godzilla films. Yeah, we're getting into the weeds here, but that's okay. The whole like kaiju genre in Japanese cinema has been kind of a weird and interesting outlet for like right-wing sentiment in Japanese culture, for like how do I put this? Glorification of the military, not just the modern Japanese self-defense force, but also like the Japanese imperial military in World War II. And there's a lot of that in Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah, but it's so goofy and off the wall that like you kind of can't take it seriously, and it makes it fun. But when you have that in Godzilla -1, it was just, I don't know. It's almost trying to like justify Japan's imperial ambitions in World War II, and I just find that supremely gross. So anyway, yeah. Yeah, and there you go. And yes, yeah, so GMK was really interesting in that it almost takes the opposite approach, where Godzilla in that is almost this embodiment of like, it's like other people of the Pacific region almost taking revenge upon Japan and the corpus of Godzilla because of the atrocities that the Imperial Japanese military committed upon the region in World War. Anyway, if you're interested in this kind of thing, there's a book that I could recommend to you. Here we go. It's not the most recent book, but if you're looking for like a scholarly take on the whole Godzilla phenomenon in pop culture, I cannot recommend this book highly enough. It's published in, I think, 2003 or 2004. Godzilla on My Mind, by William Sutsui. I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce that. But yeah.
A real dinosaur?
Oh, this alert also from Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah. Thank you, Tigromania, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. But, excellent book. In fact, I've actually seen this being used as a textbook in, like, on a university syllabus. At Montana State University, I think there was like I remember like going through the bookshop at Montana State at the beginning of the semester, and I saw this book on the shelf, and I said, what in the world? Really? But it makes a lot of sense. I think it was like in it was like a Japan and pop culture class or something like that. But yeah. Good stuff. William Sutsui, a lifelong Godzilla fan and professional historian, gives us a lighthearted look at 50 years of the big green radioactive lizard. He's actually a dinosaur, not a lizard. He explores how the original Godzilla film was created and how it grew into a global phenomenon. Through humor and anecdotes, Godzilla on My Mind explores the monster's lasting cultural impact on Japan, the United States, and the globe. Really excellent book. Can't recommend it highly enough. Good stuff. It really is superb. I would love to see like an updated version of this. It's so good, you know? Yeah. And hey, Gravity63, howdy howdy. Welcome, welcome. And Godzilla is a straight-up dinosaur, not a lizard? I mean, yeah, Petrodactylus. It kind of depends on who you ask. But, again, Petrodactylus, this is why you need to see Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah. Godzilla was always intended to be a dinosaur, not a lizard. This film makes it very clear in 1991. Petra, you're gonna love this movie. You need to see this, I think. Yeah. Yeah. An Archelosaurian. I agree, Alexander Morrison. Yeah. There's a number of there have actually been a number of paleontologists who've weighed in on this question. Spencer Lucas did in his Dinosaurs the Textbook ages ago. Here's the second edition. And yeah. Here. Right toward the end. There we go. Godzilla. A lousy dinosaur. Well, I mean, nobody's perfect. But, yeah. To many, Godzilla is basically a dinosaur with an overlay of a few novel features of the atomic age, including its appetite for radioactivity. For a paleontologist's point of view, very little about Godzilla is dinosaurian. Okay, fair. True, the overall body shape of Godzilla is basically that of a large theropod, but everything else is wrong. Yeah, so, I mean, it's a 1950s pop culture creation, but he was originally intended to be a dinosaur. And I've talked about this before on stream multiple times. There are 3 different dinosaurs whose different attributes were combined to form the original design for Godzilla. Can anybody tell me what those 3 dinosaurs were? 3 different dinosaur genera. Anybody know? We've got several correct answers here, it looks like. There we go. NES Collector says T-Rex first. True. VHS Stream says T-Rex has to be in one. Yes. Little Pink Pony says Tyrannosaurus, Stegosaurus, and I'm not sure the third one. Carnotaurus. Got it here. And so did Deathsaurus. Well done. Yes. Art director Akira Watanabe combined attributes of Tyrannosaurus, Iguanodon, and Stegosaurus, and an alligator? Interesting. First I've heard of that. To form a sort of blended chimera inspired by illustrations from an issue of Life magazine. It was the, I think September 1954 edition of Life magazine, which I happen to have a copy of right here in my office.
The most extraordinary group of animals that have ever appeared on this planet. The dinosaurs.
Trine de Nuit, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. There we go. It was this particular issue of Life magazine, September 7th, 1953. I'm sorry, 1953. Makes a lot more sense. And Raphael Crimson, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Tryon says hello from Paris. Hello from the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. And lovely coastal California. Tryon Denuit. I hope you're having a wonderful evening in Paris. Thanks for being And Dyson Dinosaur, how are you doing, Filippo? I hope you're having a good day. Here, let's get some more appropriate music for, there we go. But yeah, it was this particular periodical from 1953 that the folks at Toho Studios used to create their design for Godzilla. The Stegosaurus right here by Rudolf Zallinger was instrumental for, you know, Godzilla's dorsal plates. And then the overall silhouette of Tyrannosaurus was a big influence as well. And I want to say they have an iguanodon illustration in here too, but I'm not totally sure. I love that Archelon there, by the way. Lovely Archelon. Oh, or maybe not. Shoot. It might have been from a different book that they got their iguanodon. But, anyway, the arms. Iguanodon supplied the arms for the original Godzilla design. Tyrannosaurus obviously has very small arms, proportional to its body size. So, yeah. Anyhow. Put this back. And let me go get the Iguanodon model. There's an old British Invicta model that I have that helps illustrate this point. Hang on just a second. There we go. Lovely. Yeah. Here's that Iguanodon model right here. And so it was these arms, these almost humanoid-looking arms, that they modeled Godzilla's arms after, minus the thumb spike, I guess. But makes a lot of sense when you're looking at the 1954 design for Godzilla. There we go. Yeah. You see the resemblance to a certain extent? Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. 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 An NES collector. I think Planet of Dinosaurs is from the 80s, wasn't it? That's like an homage to earlier ones. But yeah, some of those are really good. The Valley of Gwangi, I think, holds up surprisingly well from 1969. Yeah, Ray Harryhausen. Good stuff. Why is Godzilla's head so small, says NES Collector. I mean, again, they're combining various attributes of different dinosaurs. Maybe I'm making excuses here, 100%. But maybe the small head size on Stegosaurus was an influence. At the end of the day, they had to find a way to fit a human actor. I know the guy's name, Haruo Nakajima. They had to find a way to fit him into this model here. So here's like a maquette that they made of Godzilla at first when they were still planning on doing this with stop motion animation. But it turns out that was technically difficult and very expensive to pull off, and they did not have the time or the budget for this. So they decided to go with a guy in a suit for the special effects here. And it was surprisingly effective. Here we go. Here is Haruo Nakajima. For several of the shots, that were just filmed like kind of from the waist down. They were able to remove the top part of the suit, or maybe they had a second one that they used. But anyway, it was incredibly hot and stuffy inside, to the point where I guess he fainted numerous times. And he would just be pouring with sweat during filming, under all of these hot lights, and with these different like miniature explosive charges going off when he would stomp through the buildings. There was just a ton of heat on set, and so it was not an easy job. But yeah, Haruo Nakajima. Yeah. And Emma McGon, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
Emma McGann is calling in with 26 raiders to talk about dinosaurs.
Who is it? Oh, okay. Emma, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's wonderful to have you here. Yeah. But yeah. Dyson Dinosaur says, can you believe I've never watched any Godzilla vintage movies? What? Only the US Godzilla movie plus the recent ones? Then you've never seen a Godzilla movie, Dyson Dinosaur. Those don't count. No. No. Oh. Yeah. You know what? This is actually a beautiful thing. Filippo, there's a whole world still open to you. I envy you in a way, because you can experience some of these things for the very first time with new eyes. The 1998 American Godzilla film was an abomination. Not Godzilla in any way, shape, or form.
Prehistoric horrors. What's all this archaic anatomy?
HGC Karn, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. But yeah. Yeah. And hello there to you too. Thank you for following. Yeah. And oh, come on, it was a fun movie? I mean, I don't think it is. I mean, we were talking about this book from earlier. Let me read to you a passage from that to help explain that point of view, because the author, I think, does a very good job of kind of explaining this. Here we go. Let me look it up in the... I think if I look up Geno, it'll show up. There we go. 201. Godzilla in name only. Yeah. So here, the author says, fortunately, I didn't have the kind of mother who admonished, if you can't say something nice, then don't say anything at all. If I had, I wouldn't be able to write even a single sentence about the TriStar Godzilla from 1998, with Matthew Broderick, without getting a maternal box around the ears. The Tinseltown sequel was an overblown flop, a profound disappointment to Godzilla fans the world over, and, not to put too fine a point on it, a disgrace to the heritage, character, and spirit of the King of the Monsters. Perhaps I should take the high road and leave the obvious deficiencies of Godzilla unspoken, that 1998 film. But honesty, even more than size, does matter. And so to be perfectly honest, the 1998 Lizard on the Loose flick was bad, really bad, beyond reptilicus bad, a hollow dud of a film that makes even the weakest of the Toho offerings, remember Terror of Mechagodzilla, anyone? Look like masterpieces of world cinema. So anyway, I'm going to skip forward a little bit, but, yeah, there's a series of, like, nicknames that, that people have given to this creature design. Geno is maybe the one that I've heard most often, an acronym for Godzilla in name only. and I think it's fitting. Yeah. Let's see if I can find that with, More than anything else, it was the design and behavior of the monster that made the Hollywood Godzilla such a letdown to so many kaiju monster aficionados. Fans have coined a number of colorful nicknames for the TriStar creature. Newzilla, Fraudzilla, Crapzilla, Deanzilla, after Dean Devlin, who I think is one of the directors. And then best of all, Geno, an acronym for Godzilla in name only. Where was the part about... Yeah. Godzilla ended up being a bloodless, soulless film, an empty vehicle inflated with a $50 million publicity campaign and enough promotional tie-ins, Taco Bell, Hershey, Duracell, to make a NASCAR driver envious. The critics rightly panned it. Roger Ebert hit the nail on the head by calling Godzilla a cold-hearted, mechanistic vision, so starved for emotion or wit. Another damned it as a film which is all shallows and no depth, all show and no subtext, that is ultimately about nothing. The American Godzilla has technology but no spirit, flesh but no substance. The monster lacks personality, the film lacks a core, and everything we've come to expect from a Godzilla movie, from a man in a rubber suit, to a campy chuckle, to an earnest stab at relevance, is missing from this perfunctory effort. Sure, size does matter, but so does heart. And the TriStar feature can't make up in big-budget polish what it so obviously misses in fundamental character. Godzilla was a certified Hollywood blockbuster, but the king of the monsters, it ain't. I feel strongly about this. I don't know. I grew up with Godzilla. This is one of these things that was a big part of my childhood, and... I think part of what makes that film so disappointing, borderline disturbing to somebody like me, is that it misses the point. In the same way that the Jurassic World series misses the point of what makes dinosaurs compelling and interesting, that 1998 American film misses the point of what makes Godzilla compelling. He's supposed to be this unfathomable, almost borderline supernatural kind of force of nature, you know? It's not like that in the 98 film, the one with Matthew Broderick, the one we're talking about. He's almost just like an overgrown pest. And I was looking for that part in here that talks about this. Let's see. Yeah. Many fans complain that the American Godzilla, so unlike the Japanese prototype, appeared scared, running rather than fighting when the Black Hawk helicopters swarmed, and weak, succumbing to just a handful of run-of-the-mill Air Force missiles at the end of the film. Indeed, the so-called Godzilla of the TriStar feature does not even seem to be a monster, not a godlike being of legend, not a score-settling, conscious-rattling phantom of the imagination. The American Godzilla is just a huge, overgrown animal, a pumped-up reptile that, for reasons never fully articulated, believes New York City is a great place to raise a family. Thus, despite the cynical nuclear theme, Godzilla is not a cautionary tale, not a musing on science, nature, human arrogance, or the mysteries of creation. The monster is not a message or a symbol, but simply a pest, an unwanted, annoying intruder that needed to be exterminated like a termite in the foundation or a cockroach in the cupboard. This is not an epic battle. This is the Orkin Man, here wearing the drab fatigues of the U.S. Army, struggling to dislodge a particularly large and nasty nest of vermin from some prime real estate in the heart of Manhattan. And the creature itself is not a saurian superhero in anything other than sheer bulk. A reclusive and ever-hungry breeding machine, the American Godzillas are born pregnant? Geno runs through the sewers and subways of the Big Apple like an outsized rat, an aesthetic aggravation rather than a threat to humanity. The fact that Godzilla dies Godzilla, the 1998 creature, and without really even much of a fight in the Tinseltown movie, was profoundly disturbing to many fans. Monster maker Kaneko Shusake could only ascribe this to a weakness in the American national character. It is interesting, he says, that the U.S. version runs about trying to escape missiles, the director told one Japanese magazine. Americans seem unable to accept a creature that cannot be put down by their arms. And to me, I think that really kind of hits the nail on the head here. This is why I find that so gross, you know? This is like a huge, like, mega budget American film trying to adapt Godzilla to an American audience, and it makes it kind of profoundly American in, like, the worst way, you know? Anyway, enough about this. I feel strongly about this, you know? Yeah. And HGC card, you got to see Godzilla vs. Gigan in Japan? That's super cool. Wow. Awesome. And Crimson Carnotaurus, yeah, that's from the 2004 film Godzilla Final Wars. That's actually in the film, yeah. Oh, that's the director of GMK. Interesting, Thesaurus. I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah. Addicted to Capping says, would you be disappointed if I said the Matthew Broderick film was my favorite? I mean, everybody makes mistakes. Yeah, nobody's perfect. It's like somebody saying that their favorite food in the world is, I don't know, cold gruel. Maybe you have a good reason for it, but, like, no accounting for taste, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. I really liked the 2014 Godzilla film, Crimson, yeah. The Gareth Edwards one I thought was really good. Yeah. The first 3 Godzilla suit actors? Oh, very cool, HGC. That's awesome. You got to meet Haruo Nakajima? And who else? I forget the other 2 guys' names. But one of them took over during the Heisei era. And I think another one was later in the Showa era, but yeah. Yeah, anyway. And Claire Burr, yeah, we gotta do Metazoa before I forget. But yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Addicted to Capping says, I'm sorry, I like what I like. I mean, it is unironically... It's like saying that you think that Yoko Ono is the best of the Beatles, you know? It's like... It almost sounds like something you would say just to get a rise out of people, you know? Yeah. It's like saying the best baseball player of all time is Michael Jordan. And no, you will not accept any arguments opposing that viewpoint. You know? Like, yeah. Crimson, yeah. Yeah. But I don't know, you know? The world's a rich tapestry, and there's lots of different people with different opinions and stuff, and... Yeah. Yeah. We can agree dinosaurs are cool? Absolutely, Charlie's Dragon. And I also really need to get into Metazoa before the whole thing resets, so let's go ahead and do that. And then we'll do Clipping Goat of the Week. Then we'll get into Spinosaurus stuff. And, yeah. And speedrun. Yeah. Metazoa speed bun. Let's do that, Petrodactylus. Let's get into our daily animal guessing challenge. Try and we got 19 minutes to do this. Okay, let's dive in. For anybody who is new here, this is our we try and do this pretty much every day. We've got a mystery animal of the day. We got to try and figure out what it is in as few guesses as possible. And you might think that that's an impossible challenge, but if you know a thing or two about the tree of life, about how living things are related to one another, it makes it a lot easier. As far as we know, all living things on our planet are descended from a single common ancestor from about 3.5 billion years ago, give or take. Something like that. And since all living things are related, that means that we can show the relationships as a big tree of life like this. And indeed, this is how we as scientists classify living things. It's based on their ancestry, based on who they're related to, based on their actual evolutionary relationships. When we say that critters are related, we don't mean that they just look similar, that they have similar vibes. We mean that they literally descend from a common ancestor. And so, with Metazoa, this game only deals with animals. There's about 1.4 million living species of animal here. There's fewer that are programmed into the game, but we've got less than 20 minutes now to try and figure out what our animal is. I usually like to start off by guessing a placental mammal. Like goat, that's a good one, Claire. It's kind of artiodactyl. This game was programmed by mammals, by human beings, indeed. So, it's nice to start with a placental mammal and kind of go from there. And this is why I like to do that, is because this game is kind of heavily biased toward mammals, and indeed, our mystery animal of the day is a kind of mammal. It's not a goat, but that got us awful close with that guess. Our critter is a Laurasiathere. So let's jump to mammals here, and then to Laurasiatheria. So mammals are creatures that feed their young with milk. Albanane, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. You've got your monotremes and your marsupials, but our critter is a Laurasiathere. And those are right here. So with just one guess, we've been able to narrow down our possibilities from over 1.4 million species down to just over 2,000. Pretty good with one guess, you know? Not too shabby. So we guessed goat, and a goat is a kind of artiodactyl. It's a cloven-hoofed ungulate, also known as an even-toed ungulate. Goats are going to be over here, so we can be sure our critter is not going to be an artiodactyl, which means it's not a hoofed mammal, not a whale either. It could be a carnivoran, or it could be a bat, or it could be a perissodactyl still. Or it could be something like a hedgehog or a shrew. I doubt that, just because there's not that many species here. Chances are our critter is either a bat, which is the most speciose group here. Over 1,000 species of chiropteran bat. But this game doesn't really have that many bats. We've got, what, 2? Vampire bat and fruit bat? Or, they don't even have flying fox. So I don't think it's going to be a bat. It's going to be some kind of carnivoran. I betcha. It could still be a perissodactyl, one of these guys, but I'm guessing it's a carnivoran mammal. A carnivoran. These are lions and tigers and bears, cats and hyenas and weasels and their relatives. You could go with the dog-like carnivorans, 163 species, or the cat-like carnivorans, 120. Let's start off with the dog-like carnivoran, just to try and knock this out. We'll try and eliminate this branch. Let's try something like, let's try wolf. Or maybe sea lion. That's a caniform carnivoran. Let's try that.
Hold on to your butts.
And, okay. It is a caniform carnivoran, but it's not a sea lion. So we're doing really well here. Okay, sea lions are part of this clade, the pinnipeds, right here. It should say pinnipeds here, but it doesn't for some reason. Alright, so it is a caniform, but it's not. It could be something like a fox. Or a wolf. Let's try fox. Let's try red fox. See if that gets us anywhere closer. And it... Okay, that didn't. That's frustrating. That didn't get us anywhere. It doesn't even give us any clues. Well, okay, we know it's not part of Canidae. Could still be a bear. Let's try that. Let's try a bear. Let's try maybe... black bear, brown bear, polar bear. Let's try polar bear. And that, this is frustrating because it doesn't have any of the subclades here. Alright, it's not a bear. It's not a dog or a relative. It's not a pinniped. It could be part of Mustelidae. The weasels and their relatives. They don't have red panda, do they? They do. Okay. The raccoon and trash panda? Oh boy. We got weasels, badgers, skunks, raccoons. Try like weasel. That's a specios group. Mustelidae. There's a lot of species in there. Tigromania says pine martens. I don't know if they have marten in here. They don't. No. That would be a good guess. Let's try another... Oh shoot, I accidentally hit it and I didn't even realize. Okay. Our critter is part of Mustelinae, but it's not a weasel. So Mustelinae is... what, this clade? It would be helpful if they would actually have the names here, but they don't. So Mustelinae is a subfamily within Mustelidae, the weasel family. So it includes weasels, ferrets, and minks. Ferrets, polecats... minks. They do have mink, and they do have ferret. We already tried weasel. So this comes down to, I feel like it's got to be either mink or ferret. I feel like it's a coin toss at this point. So let's run a poll. Let's see what you want, chat. Which member of Mustelinae should we guess? Mink or ferret? Start poll. There we go. It's up to you, chat. Which one should we guess first? And Stoat. I don't think they have Stoats, NES Collector. Or else that would be... it'd be a possibility. I don't think they have Stoat. Let's check. They do not. All right, ferret is winning so far by 1 vote. Now it's neck and neck, 9-9, mink and ferret. Don't let this be a tie, chat. All right, mink pulling ahead by 1. Ferret now pulling ahead by 1. By 3. Looks like ferret's gonna take it. All right. Let's go ahead and guess ferret. Let's hope it's that. Again, it's a coin toss. Just giving you your preference, chat. But let's see here. Oh boy.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, ferret. Yes, that's it. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. That could have been a lot worse, I suppose. You got it in 6 guesses, which is still above my average, but it's not the worst. Yeah. Here, let's go ahead and post that. And the brother average guess is back up to 5.3. It was at 5.2 last week. Oh well. Got this one just before Metazua reset for the day. Oh, so there we go. Yeah. Okay, not too shabby. Ferrets are interesting animals. They're, My little brother really loved ferrets when he was a kid. So, and a friend of mine actually used to kind of tease him over this a little bit. Snail Chaser, who's here on Twitch, he used to joke about this. Because ferrets are actually illegal to keep as pets in California. They are such voracious little predators that if they were ever to get out into the wild and establish a resident population, they could drive other species into extinction. I think it's largely because of that they're not legal to keep as pets in California. We've got a lot of unique ecosystems here, with a lot of endangered species, and we need to protect them. So anyway, my little brother really liked ferrets, and he wanted to have a ferret as a pet, but anyway. So Snail Chaser used to joke about this. That my little brother would, he's like, oh yeah, someday he's gonna go to Mexico and smuggle some ferrets back. Shove them into some balloons and tie them together with strings and then swallow the whole thing. Smuggle them into California. Yeah. I'm trying to see if there's like an Animal Logic video or something. I'm not seeing it. Why are ferrets illegal in California? Maybe that's a good way to start. No, let's just talk about ferrets and why they're interesting. Here. They have very flexible spines, for sure. Yep. It is really impressive. Like, the skeleton of a ferret is, they've got such a long dorsal vertebral column. Or I guess they're lumbar and thoracic vertebrae. We are talking about mammals. In mammals, we make a distinction between lumbar and thoracic vertebrae, which we don't in dinosaurs. Lumbar vertebrae are the ones on the lower back. Thoracic vertebrae in mammals are the ones in the upper back. They have ribs attached to them. With dinosaurs, you don't have this distinction. So in dinosaurs, every vertebrate in the back also has ribs coming off of it. You don't have that in mammals. So anyway, ferrets have got a pretty long vertebral series like that, very flexible. They can arch it or straighten it out, and they can wiggle it from side to side or up and down. They're very flexible animals in that regard. Yep. So processes, we would call these pre-zygapophyses in dinosaur paleontology. I suspect they're probably called that in mammalogy as well. But yeah, just calling them processes is like, that's not specific enough. Anyway, they do keep the vertebrae from dislocating, or they kind of keep it a little bit more rigid, the whole column like that. But in ferrets, they're different. Yep. Yep. Pretty cool. How neat is that? A noodle with a skeleton. There you go, Shark Geek. Yeah. Yeah. Huh. Isn't that cool, Shark Geek? Yeah. Yeah. Look at that. Again, here. Look, look. So going from here and then having to crouch down further. Look, right here. Zoosh. How cool is that? Yep. Like little mammal tubes. A little mammal torpedo. Yep. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Here's a link to that video right there. Ferrets are cool, you know? They're like a mammal dirter. There you go, Petrodactylus. Yeah. Yeah.
Dirter.
Yeah. And they will sometimes inhabit dirters. Right there.
A dirter.
They're such mischievous little animals, you know?
A dirter.
This isn't real. Somebody photoshopped that. This is real, though. Yeah.
Dirter.
What a ridiculous animal. Oh, boy. Yeah. It can make them easier to handle, however.
Dirt.
Yeah, and there you go, Petrodactylus, yeah. Yeah. A carrying tube. See, there you go. For your convenience while traveling. So again, going back to our back to mammals here. So ferrets, part of Mustelidae, part of Mustelinae within Mustelidae, part of the weasel family. Interesting that modern weasels only go back about 8 million years, is that right? There is surprisingly recent radiation, if that's the case. Interesting. Anyway, so ferrets are part of this group. They are a kind of weasel. Interesting. Okay, that's very interesting. So ferrets are not actually a group. Like, there are different critters, different members of the weasel family that called ferrets, and they're not actually each other's closest relatives. So there's not like a subfamily that's called ferrets. It's just different members of this family arbitrarily get called ferrets or don't. So here's the black-footed ferret here, Mustela nigripes, right next to Mustela eversmani and the European polecat. There's various weasels there. Interesting. Interesting. Where is the domestic ferret here? Mustela furo. Interesting. It is most... Wait, what? I'm sorry, what? What? Do we not know where they come from? Is that still a mystery somehow? The ferret is most likely a domesticated form of the wild European polecat, as evidenced by the ferret's ability to interbreed with European polecats and produce hybrid offspring. Do we not know this for sure? What? History of domestication. The original reason for ferrets being domesticated by human beings is uncertain, but it may have involved hunting. According to phylogenetic studies, the ferret was domesticated from the European polecat and likely descends from a North African lineage of the species. Interesting. Analysis of mitochondrial DNA suggests that ferrets were domesticated around 2,500 years ago. It has been claimed that the ancient Egyptians were the first to domesticate ferrets, but as no mummified remains of ferrets have yet been found, nor any hieroglyph of a ferret, and no polecat now occurs wild in the area, that idea seems unlikely. Interesting. So we don't really know where they came from. At least not beyond a shadow of a doubt. That is surprising. Alien says Fiddler had crab on the roof. Yeah. The truth about ferrets is out there. I mean, somebody's gonna figure that out someday, Sharkgeek. It hasn't happened yet. But someday somebody will figure that out. Yeah, Rock says it just goes to show that there are always more things to investigate. Yes. Yeah. Interesting. And if you're interested in ancient Egyptian history, you should go follow Melissa in Denial, who is an Egyptologist who actually streams right here on Twitch. I don't know if she knows a lot about ferrets, but I mean, it wouldn't really intersect with ancient Egypt, I guess. Surprising. Ferrets built the pyramids. Yeah, I don't know. And Steely Dan, thank you for the gift sub there. Or no, for the 29 months. Someone will ferret out the truth. I hope so. Steely Dan. Thank you for the 29 months of support. Yeah. Bears were much bigger back then. I mean, Well, shoot, you know, all those different tunnels, tube systems throughout the pyramids. Could ferrets have built the pyramids? I'm not even going to joke about that, because these conspiracy theories I find profoundly annoying. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Makes sense as Sloth Road. I mean... I feel like there's this general folk belief among the general public that the pyramids are somehow a big mystery and nobody knows where they came from. And that is profoundly untrue. Again, you should go follow Melissa in Denial if you want to hear more about this. She can tell you what is known for sure about how the pyramids were built. And it's fascinating stuff. So go follow Melissa if you're not yet doing it. Yeah. And there you go, Death Source, exactly. Gal Rock says, I was involved in a did Pachycephalosaurus headbutt debate yesterday, and everyone was surprised to learn that we didn't have a definite answer. Yeah. They're interesting critters, Pachycephalosaurs. They really are. And thank you, Charlie's Dragon, for the 56 months, now at Tier 3. Holy cow, Charlie's Dragon. I appreciate your ongoing support. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon. I don't know, Kenzie, you should go ask her. Yeah. She should be streaming again soon, I hope. But I don't know. Yeah. And Slothroad says, it's fun to joke about, but actually believing.
As tall as a two-story building, he could kill almost anything that crossed his path.
But not me, I hope, Beth Medler. Thank you for the 43 months of support, man. I really appreciate that. Thanks for keeping me here online. Slothroad says, it's fun to joke about, but actually believing that the pyramids were built by aliens is a bit of a stretch. It's more than a stretch. It's like, it's deliberately, maybe not deliberately, but it is pointedly insulting toward the people who actually built the pyramids, you know? And it's something that I find really aggravating, irritating, almost disturbing, is like this idea that, oh, well, you know, people who lived in North Africa at the time, they didn't know how to build pyramids. They didn't know how to stack blocks together. So it must have been aliens. Like, no, people back then were pretty clever. And when that's like the whole massive public works project that a monarch puts together, you know, a pharaoh is like, we're going to employ a ton of people to build this gigantic monument, and that's going to be my legacy forever. Like, they put the best minds that they had at the time on this project, and they got it done. And that thing is still standing to this day. Shoot, it is the It was the tallest man-made structure in the world for centuries. Basically, from the time that the Great Pyramid of Khufu was built until the Eiffel Tower. That was the tallest structure in the world, you know? Yeah. So, like, for nearly 4,000 years, the Great Pyramid of Giza was the tallest man-made structure in the world. Again, it wasn't until the Eiffel Tower was built that mankind managed to exceed that. It's a big achievement, you know? And I don't want to take that away from the people who did that. You know? Yeah. Stack of big Petrodactyl is fair, yeah. And Starmy says, I think it's a Gothic cathedral that eclipsed the pyramids at some point. Really? Again, Melissa would be the person to talk to about this. Okay. History.com. There we go. Finally, that's working. Okay. 481 feet tall, Great Pyramid of Giza. Around 2530 BC. Oh, Lincoln Cathedral in 1311. Come on, history.com. This is garbage. AD is, like, it's not a thing anymore. We say CE, Common Era. Like, that kind of makes me wonder whether this is even true, if they're making basic errors like that. Anyway, I guess I was wrong about the Eiffel Tower thing, maybe, if... After a storm blew over the spire of Lincoln Cathedral in 1548, half dozen other cathedrals took turns as the world's tallest known buildings. Tallest known buildings, that's such a stupid way to put that. But none stood taller than the Lincoln Cathedral was at. Okay.
But when the last bone was put into place and the skeleton was complete, these men certainly felt a strong sense of accomplishment. They had brought back to life one of the greatest animals that ever walked the face of the earth.
And what a, like, masculo-centric alert. I'm a little embarrassed that it's Brit NYC. Thank you for the 42 months, maybe 46 months total of support. I really appreciate that. You changed your username, Brit. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. Thank you for your ongoing support. These men certainly found a strong sense of accomplishment. Oh boy. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. Hang on, Britt, didn't you send me a message recently? I've been trying to catch up on emails and messages and stuff, and while you've got me here, let me make sure that Here we go. There we go. Anyway, Britt, it's good to see you. I hope things are good. Yeah. There you go, Conceit. I mean, I hope we, as paleontologists, aren't compensating for something by erecting skeletons of extinct creatures. I don't know. I guess from that we could get into Spinosaurus, huh? Let's do that. Oh, first, let's do clip and goat of the week before I forget. And then we'll talk about Spinosaurus. So, before we got that raid and before we did Metazoa, I was talking about the clipping goat of the week. So I've been trying to encourage folks to clip more clips of these broadcasts because that's one of the best ways to grow a Twitch channel is to showcase it across the internet by clipping some of the choicest bits and then sharing it on social media, on forums, on wherever. I don't know. And so in trying to encourage people to do that, we started to do this thing called Clipping Goat of the Week. Goat, greatest of all time of the week. I guess this is for the past 2 weeks. But we're going to look at clips from the past, well, maybe from the past week, actually. Because I think that's how it's organized. Top 7 days. Yeah. And do we only have one clip from the past week? Top 7 days? Really? I guess Charlie's Dragon wins by default. There's one clip from the past 7 days. This is what I'm talking about, you know? Like, it'd be nice to have more clips. So Charlie's Dragon, you win. Let's take a look. Trick Track says, Super Mario told me to jump on them? What? What? Don't jump on turtles. It's not a good thing to do. Goodness. You know, people talk about video games sparking violence in the real world. You're proving their point there, Trick Tracks. These violent video games, you know? I feel like I don't know what makes a good clip here, says Little Pink Pony. I mean, there's an example of one. Charlie's Dragon, well done. I'll go ahead and download that to put in the clips reel. Yeah, jumping on turtles and eating fly agaric mushrooms. Yeah, not good advice, you know? Video games being a bad influence on our children. Yeah. Anywho. And see you, Wolvielus, thank you for being here. Appreciate you. You sleep well, huh? Yeah. Here, so Charlie's Dragon, is our clipping goat of the week. Congratulations, Charlie's Dragon. I think you already have a VIP badge, but if you didn't, I'd give you... Well done, Charlie's Dragon. Thank you. Here, I kind of do want to look and see if we've got any other from the past 30 days. 20 days ago, 17 days ago. It may be a while since we've done Clipping Goat of the Week, honestly. 5 days ago. We've got one from Murph right here. Starring Sweetie Pie. don't know why that's still working.
Signed loves.
Anyway, Win528, thank you for the 29 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. So anywho, there's a bunch of things in between here that would not be considered trees. Like quinoa, that's not a tree. And yet it's in between tree ferns and apple trees, so... Maybe
Sweetie
we'll
Pie
check
really
out
is
that
stealing the
PBS
show
Science
here.
Video real quick. But first, let's do Metazua before I forget. But Sweetie Pie, I really need access to this. Thank you, Murph, for clipping that too. Good stuff. Anywho. Yeah. Yeah. And sure, surf ski music. There you go, Cacklin's Murph. Yeah. Yeah. This is Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake. This is a cover by the Nebulas, which is a surf rock group. I'll see if I can give you a link. It's a good song. Here we go. There's a link to that song there. And Stormy says, is there a guide to make clips? I mean, there's a button on Twitch. Here. Right there. See what it says clip? You click that, and then... See what it says clip? You click that, and then... What he said. Here's... I can find, like, an explainer video for you. How to make Twitch clips like a pro. There we go. Hopefully that helps. Yeah. And yeah, I don't know if it works well on mobile, Lenina, that's a good point. Yeah. And thank you, Sloth Road, yeah. Anyway, sometimes you have to try a few times, it can be a little squirrely. Yeah. Anywho. But why don't we get back into our fossil news here? We've got Spinosaurus stuff all over our background for the day. Let's talk about this news, shall we? All right. We talked about the new Spinosaurus mirabilis paper on Thursday. Although I didn't really have much time to prepare for that because that paper was released like within an hour of me going live. So we were able to actually look at the paper and look at a few of the press releases and stuff, but I'm kind of curious what's gone on since then. And Starmy, you don't actually post the clips to YouTube, it's just they'll show up in my feed if you make a clip through Twitch. And then if you share that on other places, the view count can go up, and then that... Yeah. You'll see over the next few weeks how it works. We've had a few more press videos and stuff like that have come out about this, so let's take a look at one of those to kind of get us started here.
Paleontologists have made a spine-tingling find in the sands of the Sahara Desert, a new species of dinosaur. Now, they've unearthed fossils of a supersized carnivore that lived over 95 million years ago.
So, supersized, what's kind of funny is that this new species of Spinosaurus isn't actually as big as Spinosaurus aegypticus. Yeah. So that gives you some idea. Our new one, not as big as the holotype species, the type species of Spinosaurus. Gabriel Agueto did an excellent piece on this. Here we go. So here are various species of Spinosaur here. We've got Stromer's Spinosaurus aegypticus here. We've got Ichthyovenator, Irritator, Baryonyx, and here is Spinosaurus mirabilis. So it's not small, but it's certainly not gigantic either. Just to make things clear. And is that true, Hibiscus? I'm glad you recovered.
The team now naming it Spinosaurus mirabilis, Latin for astonishing. The discovery raising as many questions as answers about prehistoric life. And to answer some of those questions, I'm joined by Dr. Paul Sereno, paleontologist at the University of Chicago and a National Geographic explorer. Dr. Sereno, it is a pleasure to have you. Okay, now you called this the expedition of the century. What made this find so special?
Well, it was an extraordinary expedition. Took a big chance to try and get into the heart of the Sahara by collecting together 20 young people that could take 3 months of their lives off and put together a big armed guard, sort of like our Wild West, and go into the middle of nowhere in the hopes of finding something. And we were guaranteed nothing, except that we had been to the site, found a tooth and a couple of jaw fragments, and hours after we arrived, we found
there's that crest. Holy cow!
On the top of the skull of this Spinosaur, and we knew we had a Spinosaur. We didn't know if we'd find a lot more of it, but we did.
Wow!
It was immediately apparent to us this was a new species because the crest is like nothing we've seen before on any predatory dinosaur.
So tell us more about this Spinosaur.
So there's that crest right there. Having crests on your skull as a dinosaur that's not an uncommon thing. There's lots of different dinosaur taxa that have that. And we do have some evidence of less pronounced crests in other Spinosaurids. In Baryonyx, in I guess maybe Irritator as well. Inklings that there's like a little nub in here, but this is pretty impressive. That's pretty tall. Unexpected.
Spinosaur. I got to know, what exactly do we know right now?
Yeah, it's become, through Jurassic Park, it's become the celebrated dinosaur because we don't have any in North America. But in other parts around the old Mediterranean Ocean, which we used to call a Tethys Ocean, these dinosaurs stalked, and now we're finding in the rivers inland stalked fish. And we were able to ferret out some of the great fish catching abilities of this animal by looking at it.
So yeah, huge fish in this area. Like some of the largest of them are lobe-finned fishes like lungfish and coelacanths, like you see here. This is Mawsonia, which is this enormous coelacanth. This is a lobe-finned fish like the size of a car. A big car. Maybe the size of a pickup truck. Some of them grew to be enormous. And so they would have made a pretty substantial meal for a dinosaur like a Spinosaurid.
Ferret out some of the great fish catching abilities of this animal by looking at its jaws. And it was we call it a hell heron because I think it was wading into the waters, scaring any kind of competitors away, and very much a display-oriented animal, but capable of just snatching a lot of large fish out of the riverways and the coastal region. And it's like nothing we've ever seen before. It's the size of T-Rex. It's 40 feet long.
Wow, it's huge. Now, this Spinosaur.
So he's talking about Spinosaurus in particular. Did they do a histo on the new one? Anyway, so Spinosaurus aegypticus, the original Spinosaurus from Egypt, this is a Tyrannosaurus-sized animal. It's around 13 meters, something like that, like maybe bigger. It's a big critter. This new one, maybe not as big, but that might just be the individuals that were discovered were not quite as large. I'm not totally clear on that.
It differs from some of the other ones you actually studied. So what sets this one apart?
Yeah, I'll just say, this is what they share. They share this kind of tooth that
conical
is straight,
tooth,
curved, no serrations. Looks very different than a T-Rex tooth. The original clues to this site I dug out of the library. A French monograph, you see my middle markings there, gave us a sentence or two about a tooth they found in the center of the Sahara. But then we put together the pieces of the dinosaur. As I walk behind it, it gives you a better idea of the size of this animal. Its teeth interlock, the lower ones coming outside the upper ones to snare a slippery fish. If you ever tried to catch a fish with your hands, you'll know what I'm talking about. This is a fishing adaptation only this dinosaur, Spinosaurus, has. But this is what defines the species, the very low snout, and then this incredible crest that extends into the air with a covering, and I'm going to give you just a shot of the covering that we've reconstructed for it. That's the crest right there. Wow. It would have a covering like a live animal in keratin that would extend it a little bit.
Like a rhinoceros's horn almost.
Overall. And so that gives us a couple of clues about this dinosaur, one of which is that it's a land animal. It's inhabiting the margins of oceans, the margins of rivers.
So what Paul is saying here, he's trying to push back against this idea that Spinosaurus was like an obligate aquatic creature. They're like, oh, it couldn't really move around much on land. It was most at home in the water. Paul Sereno is trying to push back against this idea and say, no, it's still very much a terrestrial creature. That's why he says it's a land animal like this.
A couple of clues about this dinosaur, one of which is that it's a land animal. It's inhabiting the margins of oceans, the margins of riverways. It is not a diving marine Loch Ness monster, as some have proposed. This is sort of the coup de grace for that idea. This animal I wouldn't want to be anywhere near if I was near the shore or on land. It could probably grab anything. It had unbelievable hands with claws. But
yeah, and one of those claws I've got right here, this is the claw of a close relative, Baryonyx walkeri from England. This is life size right here. This is my 3D print of this. And again, this is just the bony core. So in life, you see this big groove right here? It's a blood groove or a nutrient groove. So there would have been blood vessels supplying nutrients to the keratin. Keratin is the same material as like our fingernails. So there would have been a big keratin sheath coming off this, so it would have been significantly longer in life. That's one of the weird things about this group of dinosaurs, is that they have these long crocodile-like snouts with these teeth that are clearly adapted for catching fish. But they also have these big, beefy, muscular arms tipped with huge, formidable claws. No other fish-eating animal today has got that combination of traits. Long, crocodile-like jaws full of teeth, and then big, beefy arms with huge claws. Nobody else has got that. So these animals are very different from creatures today and doing whatever they're doing, we think. You know? So yeah.
It was primarily adapted in a way we've never seen for eating fish. And they were big fish. We're actually going to name a 12-foot superfish that we found not far from the dinosaur.
I mean, just to see the teeth as big as your palm is just startling to imagine how big this dinosaur, how big this dinosaur really was. Now, do you think you'll find more dinosaurs in more remote regions, or do you think this is a one-off find?
No, so for your listeners, I mean, first of all, we're in the age of discovery. We're naming more dinosaurs.
Oh, and really good point there, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, the blood groove is for blood vessels to supply nutrients to the claw, as Danny said.
not to make blood run down after piercing it. Yeah, yeah. It's not like the blood gutters on a knife or something. There was a Kurt Vonnegut novel where he was trying to paint one of the characters as being like just like really violent and unpleasant, and the character was bragging about these blood gutters on his knife. This is not what we're talking about here. That blood groove is, it's like you see in here we go, on the claws of different dinosaurs, like this. That groove again, this is a groove in the bone, and there's blood vessels that run through that to supply the keratin with nutrients. So we see this in Therizinosaurus too. This is a plant-eating dinosaur. It's not using its claws for, you know, subduing other animals. It's using its claws like a sloth to pull down branches to eat the leaves off of. So that groove there. So in life, this is actually really neat because this is just the bone right here, but this one actually has the keratin sheath over the top, and you can see kind of the margin between the bone and the keratin. See where it looks kind of like scraggly and scrungy here? And here it looks a little smoother. So the smooth part is the bone. The scraggly part is remains of the keratin. So the actual tip to the bony claw, I think, is about here on this claw. You can see how much longer the keratin makes it. Pretty neat, right? Yeah. Like a cat or dog's claw. Exactly, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Yeah. Or kind of like, yeah. The bony core of an eagle's claw looks like this. But in life, with the keratin over it, the claw is much longer and sharper. So you can kind of see that here. Right? It's from a harpy eagle. Does that make sense? Yeah. Pretty awesome. Oh, in just a fuller. Oh, interesting, Mayor Space. Okay. Huh. Yeah, claws are very cool stuff, Claire. Pretty neat. And, is that a dromaeosaur claw? So this is from... here from Duonicus, which is a therizinosaur. And Hyacinth Live, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Thank you, Hyacinth. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. We're talking about Spinosaurus, talking about this new discovery here, and talking about dinosaur claws and that kind of thing. How was your stream, Hyacinth? I hope it was really good. Welcome. Here is Duonicus right here. So big plant-eating dinosaur with just 2 claws on each hand, which is really interesting. Unexpected. I remember seeing this at SVP before it was published and being kind of blown away by it. Like, what? What? A 2-fingered therizinosaur? Yeah, we've got reason to believe this animal was just using those arms and claws to kind of pull down branches, be able to eat the leaves on them. Really neat. Anywho, back to our Spinosaurus here.
More dinosaurs in more remote regions, or do you think this is a one-off find?
No, so for your listeners, I mean, first of all, we're in an age of discovery. We're naming more dinosaurs now than we've ever named before. So your kids and their kids, they're going to be in the heyday of dinosaur research. But not only can I tell you we're going to find more, we are going to name a lot more from that site.
So Paul and his team have already got new dinosaurs from this site. This is just the first one.
There are digging raptors you've never seen. There are crocodiles and all sorts of creatures that we have already found in the 50 tons we took from Africa on that legendary expedition. So there's a lot more coming. In fact, it really is a lost world we're going to describe. We've known about T-Rex, Triceratops, the duckbills for a century here in North America because we have excellent beds and because people have been going there for more than a century. We went to the center of the Sahara and found Africa's lost world. It is the last continent you're going to be able to describe immense creatures by the dozen to give us some idea of what was inhabiting that world.
Wow.
I would say, well, what about Antarctica? But man, Antarctica is not an easy place to work. I think Paul's right about this. Africa is... There's so much potential there, you know? And I would love to see big research programs develop there that are homegrown. Scientists from Africa discovering and working on and publishing on African fossils. I would love to see more of that, and I really hope that becomes a major theme of the 21st century. We're starting to see little glimpses of that so far. There's
These are just a few of the questions surrounding these fantastic animals.
InGen728, thank you for the 38 months of support. I really appreciate
Thank
you InGen.
Paleo birds are dinos 1, paleo birds are dinos 2, paleo birds are dinos 3, paleo apato 1, paleo apato 2, paleo apato 3, paleo apato 4, paleostigo 1, paleostigo 2.
I've got some friends and colleagues in North Africa, in Morocco, and in Egypt, who are trying to build some programs like this right now. Who are working on establishing laboratories and research programs right there on the African continent. So that it's not just people coming in from other continents and working on African fossils, but local people kind of claiming their natural heritage, working on fossils in their home countries and on their home continent. And I think that's really cool. It's an exciting thing that, again, I really hope it becomes a big deal over the next few decades. Because that'll be good for all of us in fossil science, you know? And tons of Asia haven't been dug up either. That's true, Hibiscus, yeah. Yeah, and there are important fossil localities, well, I was going to say all throughout China, but holy cow. China is very quickly becoming like the world center of dinosaur paleontology, at least. People in China are pouring enormous resources into preserving these fossil sites, excavating them, doing good science on them, training a new generation of paleontologists in a way that we here in North America are... We're gonna get left behind if current trends continue, I'll put it that way. Science funding has been gutted in this country. It's not good. This looks like it's gonna be the Chinese century. And good for them, you know? They're doing things right. We could learn a lot. But yeah, there are other parts of Asia, big parts of Siberia. There's lots of cool Mesozoic fossils that are starting to come out of there, but they need more funding, they need more people. India has tremendous potential to be a hotbed for dinosaur paleontology in particular, but they're not putting the resources into this that would really benefit a thriving research program like that. Argentina is one of these places where there's a wealth of dinosaur-bearing rocks there. There's so many new dinosaurs that come out of Argentina all the time, but that country is, due to like political strife and mismanagement, they're having real difficulty continuing their research programs right now. Because the whole political situation in Argentina, it's not good. It's frustrating, like, when we're trying to talk about dinosaurs, to have to talk politics. But that's the world we live in, you know? Charlie's Dragon says, if only paleontology could become the new space race, with lots of money and interest being poured into it. I mean, space is also kind of suffering from this, too. I was watching a video about this the other day, which I found really compelling. Here's somebody who does science outreach in the world
Artemis 2 is something
of space exploration, and she was kind of talking about this. Yeah.
Artemis 2 is sending 4 astronauts to the moon for the first time since 1972. Like, it's happening this month. As someone
I didn't know about this until I clicked on this, you know?
who has spent most of their adult life learning about the Apollo program, making space race content, who's met 16 Apollo astronauts, I have to be honest, I'm not that excited about the mission. It feels weird to not be excited about humans returning to the moon, and even weirder that there's been almost no news coverage. I mean, did you even know this was happening?
Anyway, so she goes into detail in this video about why this is and how due to funding cuts and like kind of a general anti-science sort of attitude, especially in the United States, like even space exploration stuff, which I normally think of as being extraordinarily well funded to the point where they're literally pouring billions of dollars into this sort of thing. Even that has really fallen by the wayside. It seems like prime directive number 1 for the United States government right now is just to put more money into the pockets of billionaires. And to the extent that the Artemis program and like space exploration like this is happening, it's almost just an excuse to give more money to these private space companies, things like SpaceX and Blue Origin and these other things like that. Anyway, I'd recommend checking out that video if you're interested in this kind of thing. Yeah. And Artemis 2 has been delayed until after March. Is that true, Miss Hire? Did this just happen? Yeah. And there you go, Hibiscus, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Stormy says, what's wrong with space exploration? I didn't say there's anything wrong with space exploration. I'm saying that the current attitude in the U.S. government right now, especially like in the executive branch, seems to be like, oh, well, you know, that stuff's expensive and, you know, who cares about increasing scientific knowledge or inspiring people to learn more about the world around them and about the universe. Who cares about, you know, the benefit or well-being of the American people? What really matters, you know, is lining the pockets of billionaires. So yeah. And Petrodactylus says, I didn't even realize we were sending folks back to the moon anytime soon. Because I mean, there are rumors that the whole project is just going to be killed after, like, some of these big contracts have gone to these private space companies. Like, they're going to take a bunch of that money and then probably scrub the project.
Jolly good show, chaps.
Rumors. But seems plausible, especially if there's been further delay, you know? You'd think it'd be super hype news. Surprised it isn't being talked about more for sure. I mean, if the point is to allocate money for it, give it to private companies, and then kill the project before anything really happens, then yeah, it would make sense that they're not doing a lot of press on this, you know? So yeah, Artemis 2 delay. Thank you, Miss Hire. I was just about to look this up. Oh yeah, and shoot, this is just from what, 2 days ago? NASA troubleshooting Artemis 2 rocket. Upper stage issue preparing to roll back. There were, as I understand it, big, like, safety concerns here, where several prominent people said, like, this could be a disaster, and all those astronauts could die. Like, this rocket is not safe. So, maybe that's something to do with that. Yeah. A rollback would mean that NASA will not launch Artemis 2 in the March launch window. However, the quick preparations enable NASA to potentially preserve the April launch window if rollback is required, pending the outcome of data findings, repair efforts, and how the schedule comes to fruition in the coming days and weeks. NASA will continue to provide updates. Not to be too much of a Debbie Downer about this, but, like, I really wonder if this thing is even going to happen at all, you know? I would not be shocked if the whole project just gets canceled. And that's the way that science funding is headed in general in this country. So, yeah. And again, I don't know a whole lot about this. If you're really interested in this kind of thing, there's a few people here on Twitch whom you should follow, who I'm sure are following this in a much more detailed way than I am. And they have a much higher, like, base level of knowledge than I have about this. I don't know anything about space exploration. But go follow Moo Hoodles, Astro Canuck, and Nerduino. They will all know a lot more about this than I do. And they'll be able to answer your questions about it and chat with you about it in ways that I absolutely cannot. So yeah. NASA also has their own channel. Yeah, but they don't do, like, UNA stuff, Galrox. They'll stream rocket launches and stuff like that, but every time that they stream, it's not even exclusively to Twitch. They'll also stream to YouTube and on their official website, and I think on maybe public television and stuff like that at the same time. So it's not really like a Twitch broadcast, it just happens to also be shown on Twitch, if that makes sense. As I understand it. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. But this kind of gets into some of the Spinosaurus stuff, too. There is a link here that I'll talk about, and it has to do with politics, unfortunately. Here's that video again. I want to give you a link to this in case you're curious, because I found it really compelling. But she talks about this. And hey, Regadactylus, I'm glad you're here, just in time, actually. Talk about some science and society stuff. Again, we're talking about this new Spinosaurus publication here.
Crocodiles and all sorts of creatures that we have already found in the 50 tons we took from Africa on that legendary expedition. So there's a lot more coming. In fact, it really is a lost world we're going to describe. We've known about T-Rex, Triceratops, the duckbills, for a century here in North America, because we have excellent beds and because people have been going there for more than a century. We went to the center of the Sahara and found Africa's lost world. It is the last continent you're going to be able to describe immense creatures by the dozen to give us some idea of what was inhabiting that world.
Wow, we cannot wait and see the discoveries you, your team, and other paleontologists around the world uncover for all of us.
Cool stuff. Here is a link. I was excited about this paper, and it's really nice to be vindicated about some things that I've been saying about Spinosaurus for years. Again, I really need to get that paper published. I gotta talk with Denver about that. But, I'll pull up that paper, which again, this one from last Thursday, we talked about this when it came out. Thank you again to Golganek for sending it to me, because it is from a paywalled journal, the journal Science. Here it is here. Science as a journal tends to be pretty short form, so it is not a long paper. Here we go. There it is. There's the references. Anywho, one thing that I didn't talk about here was something that it kind of caught me by surprise live on stream, and I didn't really want to bring it up and kind of ruin the flow and make this whole thing a downer. A lot of good people in the author list here, including Filippo Bertozzo, Dyson Dinosaur, here on Twitch, as one of the authors on this paper. Somebody I'm a lot less excited about is... I don't quite know how to talk about this, but it's the sort of thing where if I were to not mention this at all, it would feel like malpractice. This is something that we in paleontology, especially vertebrate paleontology, are grappling with right now. Yeah, hibiscus, exactly. Yeah. There's a number of prominent authors in the vertebrate paleontology world who are mentioned prominently in the Epstein files. And one of them is the third author in this paper, Nathan Myhrvold. I'm not saying anything that's not already public. This is not breaking news or anything. This is something that we as paleontologists have been talking about for weeks now. I was really surprised, honestly, to see his name on the list here, on that author list. Other people have been talking about this online, and I can show you that. And this is from 4 days ago. Mark Whitten, vertebrate paleontologist. He's worked on dinosaurs. He does a lot of work on pterosaurs. He's a prominent artist and just a well-respected guy in the paleontological community. Says, in which I provide a few thoughts on the new Spinosaurus species, S. mirabilis. He was interviewed for this press article in New Scientist. New fossils may settle debate over mysterious sail-backed Spinosaurs. Here's a link to that article. But he says, in being interviewed, I also stressed the deep connections between one of the study authors, Nathan Myhrvold, and Jeffrey Epstein. He spelled Jeffrey. It's a New Scientist. They didn't mention it, and neither has anyone else. So there's been a lot of reporting on this exciting news about Spinosaurus mirabilis, but it seems like nobody in the press wants to talk about this. And that's an issue, you know? Mark says, I mean, yes, fun dinosaur stuff is fun dinosaur stuff, but Myhrvold is mentioned in the recent batch of Epstein files over 1,000 times, far more than Jack Horner. Some of the correspondence between the two is very chummy and concerning. Here is a link to this article if you want to read about this. Yeah. Myhrvold has denied a friendly relationship and any wrongdoing, but it's pretty tone-deaf that coverage of this paper isn't addressing his involvement, especially when he's prominent in the authorship, third of 28 authors. Lots of questions need answering about this, but our media have failed to ask them. So yeah, it's an issue. And when I'm talking about this, I want to make it very clear that this is not in any official capacity. My views here do not reflect the viewpoints of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology or Twitch.tv or any other institution or organization. These are my personal views. But this is the sort of thing that we should be better than this in paleontology, you know? It's true that Jeffrey Epstein was able to kind of weasel his way into all of these different branches of science and sort of collecting different scientists and researchers like they're Pokemon or something like that. I'm not making a joke. I'm just trying to draw an analogy that makes some kind of sense. I don't know the extent to which different researchers and scientists were involved with the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein. I don't have inside information about that. But the thing is, as researchers, as scientists, we're supposed to have integrity here. We're supposed to know what we're talking about, and we're supposed to know who we're involved with. The whole job of a researcher is to try and find things out, establish what's true and what's not. To claim, oh, well, I didn't really know about this, I plead ignorance about it, like, you're uniquely poorly positioned to do that as a researcher. We're supposed to know what's what. That's kind of the whole job, you know? We're supposed to apply critical thinking, follow evidence where it leads, and if the conclusions are uncomfortable, accept those and deal with it. So the whole thing is just really gross, and I'll have more to say about this later. But I'm still kind of collecting my thoughts about this, and it just really sucks that our science, which should be such a source of joy and wonderment and pride, you know, like, we're finding out really cool stuff, and we should be able to be excited about that. That all gets tarnished by just these disgusting links to Jeffrey Epstein, you know? I don't know. It's hard to know what to say in a situation like this. And yeah, Ricadactylus, well, the whole, yeah, the DinoCon thing. I think DinoCon is like a new thing. Anyway. I might actually be banned from DinoCon because... DinoCon? Obviously, I'm not mentioned in the Epstein files, but I'm pretty sure that the leadership of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology is exclusively, like, explicitly barred from attendance. That might include me. I'm on the communications committee for SVP. And again, what I'm saying here is not part of my capacity as a member of the ComCom, the communications committee. But, yeah. Executive committee members from organizations that are not issuing public bans to these individuals are also banned from our events. So I'm not part of the executive committee, I'm part of communications, but I don't know. And again, this is not about me. I don't mean to be centering myself in this, because that's not what I'm trying to do. And if I seem frustrated about this, it's not with DinoCon or the organizers. I'm just frustrated over this whole situation. It's just... I don't know. I've been following the whole Epstein story since 20 2016, I think. And to have that converge with the world of fossil science, to have that link up with paleontology is like, I'm still reeling from this, you know? It's a like worlds collide scenario that is it's gross, and I it's hard to find the words, you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. Of all the things we thought would never connect. Exactly, Claire. Yeah. Yeah, it just it does cut deep, Scoops. Absolutely. Yeah. And to have to talk about this when we're talking about like this exciting Spinosaurus news, it sucks, you know? But again, this is small potatoes compared to what's going on in this country right now. It is kind of crazy to see that, like, there are members of the royal family in the UK who are being arrested and undergoing investigations and stuff, as they should be. It doesn't seem like we have anything like that happening here in the States. I don't know. They were incredibly serious crimes that were committed. And it seems like nobody in this country is being held to account. It's just incredibly disillusioning, you know? Like, it's enough to turn anybody into a cynic. Brachydactylus says, I just responded to a colleague about a paper we're writing. We're wrestling with how to handle citing a scholar who has enabled harassment and abuse in academia. Oh boy. I've been in several other conversations with colleagues on similar issues a lot in the past few months. Everything is tough right now. Yeah. Yeah. It's not great. Yeah. And Petrodactylus says, it does really suck, and there are folks in those files that I used to look up to. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and it's Alina. Oh, sorry, Reiko, I missed that. Reiko says, I know the feeling. I went off a couple weeks ago specifically on the connection between Epstein and the scientific community existing because of long-standing and deep-seated misogyny in the scientific community. It's an issue. It really is. It sucks. But if scientists can't confront uncomfortable truths, what are we even doing? Exactly. Exactly, Reiko. Yes. I mean, that's the thing, is that if anybody should be trying to confront this thing head on, it should be a community of people who say that they're after the truth, who say that they want to know what's really going on. Whether we're talking about the history of life on Earth as seen through the fossil record, whether we're talking about cognitive science, whether we're talking about whatever. If we are scientists, and if we want to call ourselves that, then we should be following the evidence where it leads and not being afraid of those conclusions. And that should be our a guiding principle here. And it is frustrating to see people not pursuing that, you know? So, yeah. Anyhow. Yeah, Messiah Krause, that's been... Don't get me started on that. Oh, boy. Yeah, and Gao Rocks, no, I mean, you still have to cite different papers when they contribute, like... This is not, let's not let's completely ignore the work of people because of their misdeeds. Like, it's... But there is a line there. Like, we can make decisions about which papers in particular you can cite if there's a choice, you know? We're already doing that all the time. I don't know. Somebody who's better equipped to talk about this sort of thing is Rhacodactylus. You should give him a follow if you're not already following Rhacodactylus. Remedy that right now. Somebody who knows a lot more about the philosophy of science and ethics in the sciences. The more social side of things. He's a lot more well-versed in this than I am. Struggling for words right now. You know? Some water. Anyhow. Yeah. And there you go, Reiko. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. That people knew about. Stuff like this was public knowledge back in 2006. This is from archive.org, but yeah, August 2006. If you're accepting money from this guy, if you're going to him asking for money, you should probably have done some homework beforehand, right? It's like, it's hard to believe that different academics, different researchers, different scientists hadn't even bothered to Google this, you know? I don't know. Yeah. Reiko says, if you want me to hop on a voice call, we can chat about it for a bit. You mean on stream right now? Yeah. And there you go, Reiko, yeah. Because, yeah, if you want to, we could talk about this now. Do a spur-of-the-moment collab. Yeah. If you want, sure. Yeah. Go ahead and knock here, and we'll see if we can do that. I don't think I've ever been on the receiving end of a knock like this. So let's see how this works. Yeah, you take your time there, Reiko. But yeah. And thank you, Miss Hire. Hey, you have a good night too. Thanks for being here. Yeah. I guess this is the beauty of a live broadcast, you know? You never know what's going to come up. You never know what sort of collaboration might result from a given discussion topic or whatever. It's,
A moment from prehistoric time.
And Voidspeak, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. And Hibiscus, oh, the measuring cup thing? It's a holdover from when I first started streaming. I used to live in an apartment building that did not have air conditioning. I think this was like May, June of 2020. And yeah, this is some deep lore, Hibiscus, yeah. I didn't have air conditioning, and we had a heat wave going on. And this was the largest, like, cup that I had that I could fill with ice water. And so I was just constantly drinking out of this during that heat wave. And it was just something I had on hand. And it kind of caught on, you know? Like, people were commenting on it, and it just kind of became part of the stream. And we've kept it ever since. Part of that was that one of my roommates at the time, he didn't realize that we didn't have air conditioning. So he turned a dial on the wall, which he thought was the AC. He didn't realize it was the heater. So in the middle of a heat wave, he had the heater turned on full blast in the apartment. And I was just sweating and sweating and sweating, and yeah, this thing was instrumental in keeping me from dying of hyperthermia. So yeah. Anyhow, he didn't know Petrodactylus, yeah. So anyhow. Anyway, hence the measuring cup. This is just like a dollar store plastic measuring cup, too. But yeah. Can we do this via Twitch, Reiko? I have a real difficult time trying to get Discord to work with video. But yeah. Yeah, if you want to go ahead and there we go. Preview. Let's see here, Reiko. That's not working. Okay, hang on a sec. Accept, let's say. Here we are. Get started.
And
okay, want to do start virtual camera.
hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can. Chat, can you hear Reiko right now? Let's see. Confirm. It's been real slow. All right, browser source. Give me just a second here. Here's our interview scene. If we can avoid that, that might be nice, but we might have to resort to that. We shall see. Give me a second here. Let's see, where is our... Oh, they moved this stuff around in OBS. Browser source, here we go. There we go. URL, okay. There we are. Let's see, capture card scene. We want this to be... Let me change my source real quick for this. Hang on just a minute. Sorry, Reiko. Live broadcast, everybody. You know how it goes. Of course not, yeah. What do you look like? Engineers? Software devs? No way. Elgato face cam. There we go. Bingo. All right. There might be a little bit of a frame rate loss on my end. I'm still trying to figure that out, chat, but Reiko is coming through crystal clear, looks like. Excellent. Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay, hang on. We've got no Reiko audio. Let me change this real quick. Let's add a new audio source. Just a moment here. And audio output capture. Let's see. All right, how is that? Let's go ahead and test. Now, hang on just a moment. That should be headphones. Okay, try it now, Reiko.
Oh, okay. How about now? Am I audible to chat?
I think you are. It was a little too loud, but I've adjusted that now. It should be better.
I can also whisper if that would help.
I don't think that's necessary, but I appreciate your flexibility. Yeah. Would you care to introduce yourself to the chat real quick for anybody who doesn't know the great and powerful Reikadactylus?
So hello, Paleontologizing's community. My name is Emilio Lobato, Dr. Emilio Lobato. I have a PhD in cognitive science that I got from the University of California, Merced. On Twitch, I am at twitch.tv/Racco_Dactylus, where I do a lot of gaming, but also weekly science communication streams where I talk about the science of why people believe weird things. That's specifically what I got my PhD in. And this is a topic that connects to why people believe some very, very ugly, weird things about each other, about women, about like all sorts of groups that are marginalized, oppressed, gate kept out of the scientific community. So I have to confront this kind of stuff head on, as I think all of us in the scientific community have a duty to do, and which you absolutely are doing, and quite a number of our colleagues are taking up this sort of very important task of reflecting on what these kinds of news stories tell us about the scientific community and what we can do better.
Right. Well said. I want to make it clear that this isn't just paleontologists who are in the Epstein files. There's a lot of other researchers and a lot of other fields too. How have you been grappling with that? Because I'm sure there are people in psychology, maybe cognitive science too, sociology.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, people I've cited before, people I've met personally. Yeah, it's every field. There is not a field that did not have and I'm not even just say like a member of the scientific community, a prominent leading institutional figure.
Right.
Biology has had several, linguistics has had several, psychology, cognitive science, anthropology, physics. All of us have, and the two things that all these people have in common is that they are white and they are men. So this is a really important and I do worry under discussed aspect of the Epstein connection to the scientific community is that it was specifically a very particular demographic that just sort of always seems to be at the center of a lot of these things. Very financially well off white guys.
Yep. Yeah, and
that creates conditions that gatekeep out everyone else essentially.
Right. Yeah. It's not fun to talk about this sort of thing because there's so many different parts of there's so many unpleasant things that all kind of dovetail here. One of them is just the lack of public funding of science in this country that could make fertile ground for having a billionaire creep be able to like dangle money in front of people, but I almost feel like that's kind of overemphasized.
Yeah.
What do you think, Reiko?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to find it because I did. I said a few weeks ago on one of my SciComm streams, it was specific about this, and there was an article. Yeah, I found it here. It is. I'm gonna throw it in your chat real quick.
Okay,
it
nice.
was published in Scientific American. And I don't want to throw smoke at the journalist here, but I do think that the framing is kind of like you said, it's overemphasizing the importance of the funding component.
Right.
In a way that incidentally gives a lot of cover to the linguist and psychologist Steven Pinker's association with Epstein, but that's sort of a separate issue. But in this article, they cite other researchers who are quoted, and sort of down in the middle, a science communication expert at Cornell says scientists need patronage, they need support. That's not good or bad, that's what it is, and that's been true for 400 years. And I think that's a very common view among scientists, and I disagree. I think it's bad that the history of science for over 400 years has been disproportionately dominated by individual wealthy patrons or individual wealthy organizations
Right.
rather than public funding from governments and nations and the general public to have that sort of skin in the game for caring about science and having that interest. I think that's actually been a bad thing, but like you said, I think that's been overemphasized as, well, this is just one sociopathic billionaire, but all the rest are not problematic. It's weird.
It is weird. Yeah, there was an article recently. Let me see if I can find this. By Chris Hedges, I think it was. You probably saw this too, Reiko. I'll provide a link here in the page not found. Okay, hang on.
I'm familiar with that website.
Yeah. Here it is right here. But this is somebody who, he's a journalist and he was a big admirer of Noam Chomsky, as I think a lot of us were, until he showed up really prominently in a lot of these files. And it turns out he was... Noam Chomsky is alleged to have been like actively trying to repair Jeffrey Epstein's image even after his the trial and the conviction and everything else, like up until just before Jeffrey Epstein died, so like really indefensible. This piece I think really hit hard because here's this journalist that I have a lot of respect for, and he's kind of grappling with this. He says at the end,
Oh, I think you may have put the wrong link in chat because that's a link to the.
Oh shoot! Yeah,
the Twitch
never mind.
dashboard for us.
Hang on a second. It didn't copy properly. Would a mod mind deleting that earlier?
Can we delete your comments?
I think so. Yeah. Here, go for it, Claire. Somebody can. I think so. I should be able to, right? Maybe if I ban myself, it'll get rid of all my messages.
Yeah, I don't think I don't even think the head mod, if you've given that to anybody, I don't even think they can delete broadcaster comments.
No, I haven't done the head mod thing. It just seems like a recipe for trouble.
Oh yeah, because we're all vying for control of being the #1 mod.
I mean, in a lot of other people's communities, I think that would be, it would be a serious issue. But I don't think I can delete my own. Anyway,
I think you might be able to if you go to your chat settings and you enable your moderator icons and.
I'm not going to worry about it right now. I'm just going to flood it with emotes, and
there you go.
Let's just get rid of that. There we go. Yeah.
That works.
Anyhow, so Chris Hedges writes in this article, Noam Chomsky was not fooled by Epstein. He was seduced. His association with Epstein is a terrible and, to many, unforgivable stain. It irreparably tarnishes his legacy. If there is a lesson here, it is this. The ruling class offers nothing without expecting something in return. The closer you get to these vampires, the more you become enslaved. Our role is not to socialize with them, it is to destroy them. Those are strong words, but I agree with the sentiment overall. I mean, we as scientists should be above this kind of thing. Like, we shouldn't be part of this milieu in the first place. And I know it can be difficult to get funding. I know that it's tough sometimes, but, you have to draw a line somewhere. And it's really disappointing, like, disturbing to see that a lot of prominent voices in academia and in the sciences, they didn't have that kind of integrity,
Yeah, there's I mean, there is a lot to be said about the culture of the scientific community here, in a sense that, like, we really have been cloistered monastic orders, essentially, that we shouldn't be concerned with the affairs of the rabble in our noble unending quest for the truth. And it's like, when this kind of stuff comes to light, you realize, no, actually the scientific community needs to be a part of society and not
Right.
apart from it. We are
Yep.
not above the rest of this stuff. Scientists are people too. We still need to go to restaurants, which means that we are deeply interconnected to the food service industry and the
Sure.
agricultural community. We drive cars, so we are connected to the automotive industry and the oil and petroleum industry. We are voters, we are taxpayers, we are intimately connected to the political structure.
Yep.
Scientists are people, so let's actually embrace our humanity rather than pretend that we can cloister some of it off so that we can just mess around with our data sheets and publish our papers in peace. And I think we've been at a bit of a turn over maybe a couple decades now where more scientists are starting to acknowledge that aspect of what it means to be in the scientific community. But we're still fighting against several centuries of entrenched ideology that is science is this dispassionate, objective, whatever it is. And it's like, no, man, I know you people. We go drinking at the same bars. We're not dispassionate, objective observers. We are passionate subjects who are trying desperately to answer questions that we just can't let go. And that's what makes all of this exciting. Why would we not embrace that and pretend that we're something that we're not?
Right. And I want to make it clear that I wasn't trying to say that scientists should be dispassionate Vulcans
Oh,
or
no, I
something
didn't
like
think
that, or
you
that
were. Yeah.
we should be completely above the like what I'm doing here on Twitch obviously is like trying to do science outreach and make it interactive and just talk to folks where they are. I don't think I'm better than
Oh
anybody
yeah,
else.
no,
That's not,
I didn't mean
yeah.
to
And I
imply
did,
that
I'm
you
not
had
saying that you
said
were,
anything
yeah.
wrong.
Yeah. But I just want to make
But
that
this is
really
actually
clear for
part of
anybody watching.
some research papers that I've been working on for a few years with one of my doctoral advisors in this. Like the topic that you might, anybody interested would want to look up is the concept of science adhering to the value-free ideal versus the value-laden turn in science. And we were actually publishing on sort of the public's views on values in science and
Is it
how
current
these
project of yours?
manifest in things like people's expressed beliefs or how they do things like comment on proposed rule changes to things like the EPA. Because I know that you've absolutely modeled some of that behavior, like when the Endangered Species Act, those proposed rule changes, like you've shown on the stream, like how can the public get involved and how can you expect so. And your stream is a really good example of how the public is very interested in science and scientists are very interested in the public being very interested in science. And that cool, we need to do more of that and embrace more of that. But within the old guard, within the ivory towers, within these monastic cloisters, there are still a lot of our colleagues, people we've studied under, people we cite, people we look up to, who do still kind of have that dispassionate, detached from society view of what science should be.
Right.
And that's what I was critiquing, not anything you've said.
Yeah, and I didn't think that you were. I was just trying to make that clear to anybody watching, because I don't know, it is an interesting balance to try and strike where, like Gal Rock says in the chat, I think Danny might be telling us that he's not neutral about dinosaurs. He actually loves them. I mean, I do. I'm very passionate about what I do, and I hope that's apparent in every stream that we do here. But at the same time, we as scientists, like, there is an ideal that we're trying to uphold, where we're supposed to be following the evidence where it leads. Science is supposed to be I don't know if more objective is the right word, but a more organized and systematic way of knowing, where we're actively testing ideas and all of this. And
so there's a sociologist of science and historian of science from way long ago, Robert K. Merton. And you might have heard me talk about this before. You may have come across this before. He is most famous for talking about these norms of the scientific community in terms of our sort of organizational structure and behavior. These have become known as the Mertonian norms, and these are very aspirational. But these are norms like now, this was done in the 1930s and 40s, so the word that he used is communism, but because that has such a very particular political inclination these days, we typically refer to it now as communalism, which is this idea that science is for everyone, and that we as individual scientists have no right to gatekeep knowledge. We
Right.
are entitled to the credit for what we have discovered, or invented, or progressed in the field, but we are not entitled to hoard knowledge. Another norm is universalism, this idea that science is for everyone to participate in, and the only requirements be that you have well-formed ideas that you can defend, and you sort of adhere to the standards and norms of the particular research methods that your projects and disciplines endorse, rather than do things like everybody's opinion is equal. It's more like, well, as long as you agree that this is how you use the Bunsen burner and the beaker and the hot plate and all that, like, then you can be at the table of science. Um, Another of these norms is called disinterestedness, which is not Merton arguing that the aspirational norm of science is that we don't have passions, but
Yeah,
that
like we're bored or something. Yeah.
but we allow ourselves to temper our passions and be guided by the evidence.
Right.
And then the final Mertonian norm is organized skepticism, this awareness that what we do as scientists is not individual. We are a community, and we have to operate at the level of organizational skepticism, which is not the same as denialism or cynicism. Skepticism facilitates belief, it's not the denial of belief. And these Mertonian norms they're not how we are, they're what we aspire to, and we hopefully try to incrementally get closer with each new generation of research methods, each new generation of new norms and policies for how to train scientists, how to teach, how to publish, how to communicate, and so on. But weirdly enough, in a lot of training for a lot of scientists, we don't get a lot of explicit instruction on these norms and values of science, Merton's or anyone else's. a lot of times it's part of the hidden curriculum, stuff that we implicitly get but don't know how to explicitly talk about.
Right. Yeah.
And that's part of why a lot of us are struggling with this, is because what Epstein's associations with the scientific community reveal are these fractures between what a lot of us have picked up about how we should be operating and the reality of how an uncomfortable number of us do act in the scientific community. And we're trying to reconcile that dissonance.
That is something that I've been continually surprised by over the past, I don't know, decade or so. It's just how few of my colleagues seem to really know or care much about philosophy of science. It's just this idea that, like, hey, there's this enterprise that we're all part of, and you call it like a hidden curriculum almost, where like, here's the stuff that it's supposed to be there in the background and we're supposed to know it, but very few people are able to actually explicitly state these ideals or even be able to define what science is, beyond like a 5th grade science fair, hypothesis, experiment, conclusion sort of thing.
Yes, but that does lead to some very, very funny moments. And I know that you've talked about this on stream before in the Kitzmiller versus Dover case, where Michael Behe on the stand was forced to acknowledge that with his definitions of science, not only would creationism count as science, but so would astrology.
Exactly. Yeah.
And so the lack of scientist, because Michael Behe is a scientist, he's just not a good one, and he's also a pseudoscientist. He's got a PhD and all that. So the lack of philosophy of science interest among the scientific community has led to at least some comedy.
For sure.
In that. So I'll give it that at least.
It's nice that it can be highlighted with stuff like yeah, but now it's being highlighted in a very different kind of way that's not as nearly as it's not funny. Not to bring down the mood too much, but what do you feel has been the primary reaction that you've seen at sort of different tiers, like much of academia is kind of hierarchical. Do you feel like you've seen different reactions to the whole Epstein science thing from sort of different academic hierarchical tiers here? academic deans versus
Yes.
adjunct researchers.
Yeah.
Everything in between.
Yeah. So I've seen, and I do want to be a little circumspect talking about this, but I
Sure,
have seen
yeah.
that those who tend to be higher up on the administrative side of academia, and to be clear with Chad about this, administrators in academia have PhDs in academic disciplines. A lot of them are scientists. They're in the humanities. They're PhDs in psychology, economics, history. It's all so academic administrators are within the scientific community as well. They're tending to be a little bit more guarded about what they say, in part because their position might then, one, be mistaken as a statement on behalf of the organization that they're administrator for, and they have to be very careful about that.
Right.
But also, they have this additional burden as being an administrator of keeping the doors open for the university, which means trying to step on as few toes as possible, which includes stepping on the toes of private funders, as well as to politicians who, for public universities, control the purse strings to a large degree. So they're being a little bit more circumspect, that I've noticed. But then there are also news stories of some administrators at places who are still trying to defend their associations with Epstein as a result of how much money he gave those universities. And there are additional universities that have, in the past few years, not just recently, but in the past few years, given back, so to speak, or donated some amount of money commensurate with the amount that they received from Epstein to nonprofit organizations as this attempt to sort of manage their reputation and apologize. But
Interesting.
it's
I haven't seen
that's
that
been
yet.
very
That's
few.
yeah.
The Santa Fe Institute did that a number of years
Okay.
ago. I think in
In New Mexico?
2019 or 2020. They had received, I think, I'm going to get the number wrong, over $100,000 they received from Epstein after I think he died. And more news stories broke about it. I think that I've got the timing of this. They ended up donating a chunk of that amount of money to local nonprofits and things like that. So that is one example, but that was also years ago. There are other organizations that have likewise tried to do damage control in a variety of ways. But then, yeah, lower down the academic hierarchy and totem pole, you are seeing a range of responses. And those range of responses also intersect with the demographics of the individuals. A fair number of women academics and women scientists are either just sort of saying, yeah, this is the culture of academia. Epstein's not anything particularly special. All the way to incredulously sort of asking, is there any evidence in these communications that have been released about Epstein of any men standing up to Epstein and saying no or condemning him or anything like that, with not a lot of amazement when it's sort of responded with, there's almost no real condemnation in these files from anyone. And among a lot of men academics, you have a much more diverse array of responses that range from "we had no idea" all the way up to "yeah, no, we know this was going on because it turns out, listen to women and take them sharing their experiences kind of seriously, and we've also kind of known that things are like this." And there have also been responses from academics of color, scientists of color, particularly Black scientists and so on, going, hey, anybody else noticing that all these academics that Epstein is buddy-buddy with are white? Isn't that kind of interesting? Even though there are also, Black academics who also have these kinds of misogynistic proclivities. Isn't it also interesting that there's this racialized component to all of this? Should we talk about that? So we are seeing a variety of responses that do intersect with people's positionality and demographics. Nobody knows really what to do except at this point to condemn it all. And we're all just, I say we like I'm still in academia and not a Twitch streamer. But academics are also just like, my understanding is they're trying to figure out ways that they can work within the systems to make things better. But I'm gonna quote Audre Lorde and say that, you know, the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house. But I'm also saying that from somebody outside the master's house. So
I mean, you still
take what I
publish,
say
and
with a grain
you're
of
still
salt.
doing active research. Like it's, you know, you're
Yeah.
not completely
So are
outside of
you.
academia. Yeah, and I don't know. It's weird being like in this kind of limbo outside. So I never quite know how to, you know, what terminology to use. But anyway, I also want to point that we got a big raid from Casey Snowart. Thank you, Casey. Sorry you dropped in at a time when we're talking about such a dire topic, but it's important, which is why we're discussing this. You know, like as
that means I'm in
members
here
of...
twice now because I was lurking in Casey's stream.
Oh, you were?
Yeah. So let me close
Nice.
the tab. There we go.
Double Reiko. Yeah. But anyway, for anybody just joining us, we got into the whole like Jeffrey Epstein and science topic because, well, this really exciting new Spinosaurus paper that just came out on Thursday. I was going over that right as soon as it came out. It dropped just before I started my stream, and then I saw that the third author on the paper is a guy, former Microsoft executive. He's mentioned very, very prominently in the, well, very, very prominent, a bunch of times in the Epstein files. And again, it's hard to find the words to describe this sort of thing. None of the press coverage about the Spinosaurus discovery talks about this at all. And I feel like it's worth discussing. So we've got Rhacodactylus here, who's a cognitive scientist and is somebody I respect tremendously. He can speak on these topics with much greater know-how than I can. So this almost feels like a bit of a crutch, but Reiko, it's wonderful to have your input here. And yeah, what I want to ask is, as researchers, when we're dealing with something like this, when you have a colleague who you know is possibly implicated in this sort of thing, what do you need to think about when, you know, we're talking about maybe citing their papers or not, bringing them onto a project, kicking them off of a project? Like, there's no playbook for this kind of thing. Is there? I mean, these are difficult decisions to make, and like, what should be the things that we're thinking about when we're trying to make decisions about whether to work with certain people or not work with certain people? That's a broad question, but
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there is no playbook, but we all do. I mean, we all have our moral standards, whatever they may be, you know, and we have to make these decisions. In terms of choosing to work with somebody, I think that's an easy choice. If you know that somebody has a reputation for fostering or enabling a toxic environment and harassment, discriminatory behavior, whatever, and you choose to work with them regardless because they're a prominent name or whatever, you are basically throwing a group of people under the bus for your personal benefit, and you've made that choice. And I would hope that anybody who does that eventually learns to not make that choice. If you're already working with people like that and it comes out during the course of that, it is also going to kind of depend on the nature of the work you're doing with them. If you happen to be co-PIs on an NSF grant, well, now there are legal contractual obligations because that is a legal financial contract, and you have to navigate that and you know, consult with legal experts about what you can do, and consult with, you know, the grant funding sponsor to see if adjustments can be made, or even if the adjustment that's made is you bow out because you can't morally compel yourself to continue to work with somebody like that. And then there's also, you know, a related issue of how do faculty at a university, even though, you know, the scientists also work in private industry, but I'm going to talk about the university setting. How do faculty steer students who have similar research interests to a problematic faculty member, how do they protect the students and maybe steer them to a different faculty mentor or to a different lab? There are a lot of things that people do, and a lot of it does kind of have to be kept rather personal and quiet and in the so-called whisper network, um, which some people may be familiar with as a term. But it's done this way because institutions, all institutions, exist to protect the institution. They don't exist to protect you. HR never works to protect you, the worker. It works to protect the institution. That's true. That's just as true at McDonald's as it is at University of blah, blah, blah. HR is not there for you. It's there for the company. And if you start to become troublesome, particularly to a well-funded researcher, because you are opposing their, treatment of women, treatment of racial minorities, treatment of students with disabilities, whatever. Well, the institution is going to protect the source of income, because that source of income that researcher gets from private donors helps keep the door open. Like I said, they're in the unenviable position of trying to satisfy a lot of different demands, and they often end up sacrificing people for the institution rather than the other way around. People are just sort of guided by their individual morality, which isn't great, because a lot of times when push comes to shove, people do quiet down. And we've seen this historically in academic context as well. The most pronounced example in my mind, it's not necessarily the most egregious one out there, but when Mussolini's fascist regime took over Italy, and then started implementing policies to require the university system to expel Jewish faculty and Jewish students, fewer than 1% of faculty spoke out against it. And there are, like, academics are people, and sometimes people suck, because all of us are sometimes put in impossible moral dilemma, and we freeze, or we somehow justify our continued comfort or benefit as an avenue to potentially lead to greater long-term benefit down the line, instead of taking a very uncomfortable stance now, incurring that penalty now in the hopes that that leads to a better tomorrow that way. And
and I mean, on some level, it's almost easy for us to say, being peripheral to academia. We're here on Twitch, and we're not hopefully going to get fired from this for speaking out. But I mean,
well, I have not been fired, but I was in this situation. And I've spoken about this before. The first PhD program I was a part of, it came out that one of the graduate students in the department committed an act of sexual violence against another graduate student in the department I was a part of. And he was a graduate student of the faculty member who received the most research grants in the institution, which really helped fund the department and the programs and all that other stuff. The institution decided to slap on the wrist to the aggressor. And then when the victim tried to assert her right to basically be protected from him, they were not responsive in a way that ended up causing her to drop out, basically being pressured to drop out. And as all this was going on, I'm sitting there watching, and I'm in a psychology department. There actually are faculty whose specific areas of expertise are things like sexism and sexual harassment in the workplace. And I'm seeing all of these people beholden to the institution. And I decided I can't actually learn how to be a good scientist here, because you all are not modeling good scientific behavior. And I wrote what has to be the nastiest email I've ever written in my life. I sent it to the department chair and the program chair saying, I'm out. And thankfully, I got into another PhD program the following year and was able to then attend UC Merced and get my PhD there. But
That
when
took
I
real
had
guts. I mean, shoot,
when I had
that's not.
announced that to other grad students,
Yeah.
they were all amazed. Like the first year students, because I was a first year, my fellow first year cohort members were amazed that anybody would do that because they were just relieved to get in anywhere.
Right.
And they didn't want to risk being on the market again, even though I was saying, look, if you got into one PhD program, you're good enough to get into another.
Mhm.
The fifth years, the people who were at the end of their dissertation were just like, I'm almost out of here. I can't do that.
Right.
You know, oh, it's real brave what you
Starting over somewhere else. Yeah.
and it's like, I get it. It's tough, but like,
Yeah.
you'd be starting over showing a greater commitment to this more moral position that you claim to have.
Right.
And everybody was sort of, you know, oh, I can't do this, all this other stuff. And meanwhile, I'm just going like, yeah, my future's uncertain, but like my present is not. My present self is not uncertain about how I feel about how we've basically done wrong, a victim of violence.
Mhm.
And I can't be a party of that. There's nothing I'm going to do from within this institution to change it or fix it. I'll go elsewhere. My leaving is how I'm going to change your institution. No idea if they ever did. Separate conversation, but I have actually met a number of academics who have done comparable things in similar situations from the position of either directly involved or from, you know, the same kind of thing I was in, observing it.
Mhm.
And being disgusted by it. And it does kind of suck that like it is so few people who stand by their principles. And
Right. Yeah.
I remember the comedian Jon Stewart when he was hosting the Daily Show, and this was maybe 15, 20 years ago. I can't remember what the topic was on, but a quote of his was in my mind was that if you pick up and put down your morals the way you put on and take off a coat, they're not morals.
Right.
It's
just an act.
not the
Yeah.
quote; it's a paraphrase.
Yeah.
But he was on one of his, you know, infamous moralizing rants, and there was a good line in there about how like they're only your morals if you're actually sort of having to struggle with them rather
Right.
than something that you just adopt for the sake of convenience and so on.
Exactly.
And
I've heard it said before that like that's why we admire people who have principles, because having principles means that you're actually sacrificing something for a belief that you have. Like if you're not sacrificing anything, then they're not real principles, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. And that, I mean, this was before I was you know, I think this was before I even finished my undergraduate, but that was a line that has clearly stuck with me for so long that I was just like, yeah, no, we need more people to say that. And then we also need more people to live up to that. And then I remember some words from one of my undergraduate mentors in a completely different context that was not about moralism or moralizing in any way. It was just a simple quote of, if not you, who? And if not now, when? He was quoting a much, you know, older aphorism kind of thing. And then when push comes to shove, I try to remember that. And I don't want to pretend that I'm a good guy on all this all the time. I have dropped the ball morally with dilemmas all the time, but it is interesting that when it comes to the scientific community writ large or the academic community writ larger, because it's also philosophers and engineers who are in the Epstein files too.
Oh yeah.
You know, what does it say about us that collectively so many of us drop the same ball time and time again when it comes to the treatment of women, and with regard to Epstein, the treatment of women and girls?
Right.
We got to
I
do
think that's
better.
Exactly. Yeah. One of the things that I think is particularly disturbing about this is that maybe it's a sample bias thing. Maybe we're only hearing about the most prominent names, but it seems like Epstein did kind of seek out some of the most prominent people in academia. And these are generally people who are pretty well connected to start with. It's not like they're, you know, having to do crowdfunding campaigns to fund their research. It's not like these are people who are necessarily particularly hard up for cash or anything. It's like these are people who could have found money elsewhere in a lot of these cases. It seems like a hierarchical thing. Like, you know, if you're a particularly prominent researcher, then these are the circles that you're supposed to run in, you know? It's the impression that I get from all of this. How much do you think, like, prestige and reputation and, like maybe a feeling of entitlement, like, oh, well, look at me, I'm a very accomplished researcher, so I deserve to be here. Maybe doing really scummy, like, how much do you think that plays a role here? This idea of like hierarchy, prestige, reputation.
Yeah. Oh God, yeah. It plays a huge role. All of us do things that we think we either are entitled to do or think we can get away with. And that doesn't have to be like scummy or anything. Like, I go to the store and I buy pasta because I think I'm entitled to have pasta for dinner. Like, like that kind of stuff. Everything we do, we think we are entitled to do it. And there are a number of things that we don't do that we also think we're entitled to. And sometimes that's a difficulty of access or opportunity to do it. I'd like to own my own home. I think I'm entitled to home ownership, but like I can't do that right now. But that also does include some things that people think that they're entitled to do, but they know others would disapprove of.
Right.
Yeah. I'd love to drive 100 miles on the freeway because it would make me get to LA faster, or, whatever, to get to Fresno faster to get to the airport. But like I'm not gonna do it because there's a societal stigma against driving 100 miles on the freeway. I mean, maybe not here in California, where goodness gracious, people on the highway
on the 5
seem to think that the only speed limit is E. Just my goodness.
Speed of light, yeah.
But like we also inhibit things we would like to do because there's that social disapproval. And we do kind of see when it comes to this type of behavior, discriminatory or prejudicial behavior in hiring or admissions or the treatment of our colleagues or our students, we do see this sense of entitlement in these perpetrators that they have every right to do that. In the Epstein files, there are communications with faculty members where they are talking about how they do not think that women have the biological capacity to be scientists, to contribute. And these are scientists who also serve on hiring committees, serve on graduate student admissions committees. How many women have been kept out of these institutions because one or more men in the department felt that, well, let's not take our chance on a woman because biology, like how much creativity have we lost basically gatekeeping these people out because these men feel entitled to have a male dominated environment or a white dominated environment or whatever it is. So they have this entitlement in part because our broader society has always had this fascination with this hierarchical organization. Who are the superiors? Who are the inferiors? And if you are a superior discoverer of knowledge or inventor of knowledge, I'm going to include both of us in here because we discover knowledge. We do have a high degree of social prestige. Scientists are a very well respected member of society. And I think some of us forget that we have to earn that and not that we're entitled to that. And that's where I think some problems arise is straight up a sense of entitlement to that prestige, and they enforce that by gatekeeping out everyone else. And
well said.
It sucks.
I wonder if you have any thoughts on how we can get out of this. How can we prevent this sort of thing from happening in the future? Maybe this is getting into stuff that's a little too utopian, but let's be lofty about this, Like, how should we as academics, as scientists, as researchers fight against this kind of culture?
I for TOS reasons, I will not say what my immediate thought was regarding our treatment of billionaires. But I do think that some of the things that we can adopt are relatively small scale and relatively simple changes. And I will point to field sciences as an example of a slight change to the culture. No alcohol on field sites. At camps, at anything like that. Because the presence of alcohol creates an environment that is more threatening to sex and gender minorities and sexual and people who are in minority sexual orientations, because there are members of those majority groups who you get a little of that inhibition removing kinds of substances, who then start to say things they shouldn't say, do things they shouldn't do, and that dissuades more people from those minority groups from participating in those disciplines that do a lot of field work. So a simple thing like that can have a positive impact on the inclusivity of those types of research activities.
And I can
But
see
there,
how people would push back against that idea too. Like,
oh yeah, absolutely.
And geology and paleontology, like, holy cow, telling people they can't have, beer on the campfire, that's, people would be angry. Like, totally see where you're coming from with this. And yeah, that'd be a big ask for a lot of people, but it is a solution. That would be a positive, like, I don't think you could argue that that's not really a positive change.
But let's reflect on what we both acknowledge there. That is a huge ask for a lot of researchers. So if that little thing, let's not have beer and wine around the campfire when we are 100 miles from the nearest town doing our soil sample research or our archaeological research, how much harder would it be to implement any other sort of systematic change to things like hiring practices, payment practices? Because a lot of universities in the United States are public universities. They are government institutions. So the salary information of everybody who works there is public knowledge.
Yep.
So anybody who's interested can look up their local community college or their local four-year university and see that on average, the women academics are still making less than the men academics. Same position, same job titles, same amount of tenure, same years of experience, same everything. The women are still making less. So how much, if it would be, because it really would be a lot of ask to change the culture of these field sciences to just be like, no beer around the campfire. What then if it's like, well, now the universities have to pay the women equal to men, or they have to actually engage in hiring practices that are shown to be more egalitarian. Now you're not just involving people's individual day-to-day, like, well, here's how I do my research out in the field and I relax with, the relaxing juice around the campfire. It's now just like, here's my day-to-day life at the university where all those students don't read the syllabus and I'm stressed out because 16 deans want me to serve on 28 committees. And now I also have to care about this other stuff. So, if even the small changes are big asks, the big changes are even bigger asks. And
yeah,
I wish I actually had any real solutions for this, but I will, rather than pretend that I have anything to say, I will instead cite several women who have plenty of things to say about this. Hold on one second.
Yeah. And I was just thinking about what you said too. So I'm just trying to fill dead air at this point, but like, I say that's a big request to make of people to like not have alcohol in the field, but if that's what it takes to allow certain people to be able to participate in field work and help them be safe out there, then that seems like a low bar,
So I got this book a while back. It is titled Equity in Science. It is by Julie Passelt. The subtitle is Representation, Culture, and the Dynamics of Change in Graduate Education. I would highly recommend this to anybody who is interested in learning a little bit more about these types of issues. But also, she does write about positive examples, some of which that have been going on for decades now, where like the applied physics program at, I'm gonna forget the institution. Is it Michigan? There's an applied physics program in the United States that by itself is responsible for over 20% of all Black physicist PhDs, which is pretty ridiculous. But it's because they oriented around catering to the students and catering, attending to these issues of egalitarianism, equal opportunity, reorientation of curricula to foster that type of environment. So she does have in there examples of people who've just like, yeah, there is no playbook for this, so I'm just going to invent my playbook for this and let's go for it. So that's a good one. There's also a book. I don't have a physical copy of it, but it's called On the Wrong Side. And this is now a book that does deal with how universities protect abusers and perpetrators of sexual harassment and sexual violence and end up failing their victims. And she ends up talking about how frequently at universities, Title IX offices are deliberately underfunded and understaffed in order to be inefficient at fulfilling their purpose on colleges and universities.
Right. And it becomes a
and she talks
self-fulfilling
about
prophecy where to the point where like, oh, well, they're not doing quality work anyway because they're underfunded. We might as well just get rid of the whole enterprise. Like, just cut out Title IX.
Yeah. And she talks about a lot of anecdotes of how this affects people from every demographic because, while we do correctly talk about sexual violence, sexual harassment as a heavily gendered issue, anyone can be the target of it. And she, one of her chapters opens with a story of a white man who became a victim of domestic abuse, and the university completely and utterly failed him as well, failed to protect him and his children while they were living in student housing and things like that. And there are tons of people who acknowledge that these are systemic issues that have been around for longer than Jeffrey Epstein has been in the conversation. And I want to point to them to be people who have data and experience and a perspective that is worth listening to for where solutions may lie. And I also want to cite the theoretical physicist, I think she is, but she's also a YouTube science streamer, science communication, science popularizer.
Angela Collier?
Angela Collier.
Yeah.
A few years ago, when she got started, one of her first videos was on the prevalence of sexual harassment by prominent men in physics. And in addition to detailing, a lot of the accusations levied at prominent men, she does end with just thoughtful suggestions for how the scientific community could deal with this. And one thought that she had that I have thought about is, well, we don't have to cite these people anymore because they're not the only ones working on these issues, but also like there's nothing to stop us as a scientific community from just synthesizing their contributions to science with everybody else's, and then those become the primary articles that everybody cites a million times instead of the first the discovery made by this person and instead. And I like that because in our profession as scientists, citations are a currency. And
absolutely.
We can selectively deprive bad actors of that little bit of currency. And why don't we do that?
Yeah, I feel like that already does happen a lot in paleontology with people who have a reputation for being, shall we say, less than socially minded about things. But you make a good point in that we are already making choices about who to cite and who not to. You can't cite everybody. You can't have your citations list be 40 pages long. So we're already making value judgments there to a certain extent. But yeah, I do know people who would really rankle at the idea of not citing somebody because, you think they're a jerk or because they, have been like an active abuser or harasser or somebody like that. But again, we have to draw the line somewhere. So
I've encountered people like that too. And my response to that, when I've had colleagues or friends who've made that argument, which is very, very similar to you can't separate the art from the artist when it comes out an actor or an athlete or whatever. my response to that has I can't remember where I even got this from, but it's been this: do you really think that their research is completely unaffected by how they treat everyone that they work with? Their students who are in like my field doing a lot of the data collection or running the research participants. Do you really think that their research is completely and totally unaffected by how they treat their colleagues? It's not like we're at a lack of instances of men, for example, stealing the credit of women or leaving women's names off of papers that they substantially contributed to. I mean, most famously is Watson and Crick leaving off Rosalind Franklin for discovery of the double helical structure of DNA. And then I believe it was Watson, maybe Crick also did this, but Watson, who ended up, they shared a Nobel Prize for this. He used his clout and privilege to steer the Nobel Committee away from recognizing other, accomplished women in the field. So, do you really think that their research is not affected by the way they treat people? And if we continue to cite those people, we're not just rewarding their academic work. We're rewarding their academic work and how they treat their colleagues and students and funders and their peers and everything. And we have to think about that. And I'm not going to pretend to be, completely pure in this. I still have to make these decisions too, and I still sometimes cite people who I don't necessarily think are the best representatives of the field.
Sometimes you have to, yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's no way around it, and yeah. This is. I really appreciate being able to talk to you about this, Reiko. This is especially such a spur of the moment thing. Thank you for suggesting this. I wonder if you have any advice for.
I want to ask you this as well, because specifically in the field of paleontology, and I guess specifically in your contacts who are across the paleontology sort of domain, not just in conferences like SVP, but just sort of across, I'm all right. The jokey question is, why did you people of all people think that you could keep things, from being dug up? But less jokingly, what does paleontology, what's the range of paleontologists' response to this? Because I know that SVP has put out a statement, and they have also sort of ended their statement by saying that they are receiving feedback from members and are going to put out a stronger statement later, or looking for how to do things. What's your perception from your colleagues and the people that you're talking to with regard to sort of any of the issues that we've talked about?
That's a good question. I want to make it very obvious at the beginning that I'm not speaking for SVP here in any official capacity.
Right.
But I've talked with some colleagues about this on the phone and over DMs and stuff like that on Blue Sky and email. And there was the SVP has been having these town halls, and I'll be having another one soon where everybody can join a Zoom call and we can just talk about this. I think shock is still kind of the primary. Shock and outrage are the two primary feelings here. There's limited things that a group like SVP can really do from a legal standpoint right now, and other people are really frustrated about that because they want to see swift, decisive action, and it's unclear to me how possible that really is at the moment. I do know that when we talk about something like this, when we talk about like prominent men showing up in the Epstein files, it's not isolated to just that. It brings up all of these other memories, feelings, scenarios, things that people have gone through in the past. And I think SVP's response to this and whatever we do as a paleontological community, in some ways, kind of going to be a referendum on how we've dealt with scandals like this in the past. Not just scandals, but like instances of abuse and harassment and misconduct. It all feels like it's kind of coming to a head here, and all of these feelings, the whispered networks and the rumors and people talking to each other, avoid this guy, watch out for him, all of this stuff is kind of coalescing right now, and it's kind of coming to a boiling point. And I really hope that we can move forward in a thoughtful direction after this, and that this will be a turning point, you know? It's something that I've never really had to think about that much as, you know, like a white passing cis het male in paleontology, like a dude with a beard who like wears a sun helmet in the field. Like I fit the bill for what a paleontologist should look like. And so this is one of these things that I've not really... It would be easy for me to ignore this, I guess is what I'm saying. And I think I have a responsibility to talk about this sort of thing, and to whatever extent I have a megaphone or a platform that people listen to me, like I want to make sure that this sort of thing is being discussed, and that people who wouldn't normally think about speaking out have a platform and a megaphone to do that. I hope that SVP provides that as well to people. I hope that we're starting to see a change in a positive direction here. Does that answer your question? Sorry, I went all over the place.
Yeah, a bit. No, so my understanding of, it's a different domain. I don't understand the paleontological culture all that much. Most of what I understand is through this stream, but I have also observed on social media platforms other paleontologists talking, and I remember, was it 2023 or maybe 2024 SVP? I think one of the initial opening talks, because I think Mary Lewis shared, former president of SVP, had shared the things on
Margaret Lewis,
Blue Sky. It was one of the opening talks was a paleontologist talking about the role that paleontology has played in systemic racism and colonialism and what that has done in the field. And I interpreted that as an outsider, but whose domain also deals with similar things, as a positive about the direction paleontology is going.
We're trying to reckon with that,
Being front and center about this and not hiding from it. And maybe, again, I don't know, maybe this is naive from an outsider's perspective, but instances like that actually kind of fill me as an outsider with a little bit of optimism that maybe paleontology, or SVP specifically, can also kind of, lead the way in this domain as well, by confronting that too, and being that way and being forward. I would hope every scientific discipline has an organization that can do likewise. The Society for Neuroscience or the American Psychological Association or anything like that. I would hope that every discipline has something like that. But I also know that that is naively optimistic, and instead I do want to keep my eyes peeled across the scientific domain to see which communities are doing what and how they're doing it.
Yeah. I don't think it's naive. I think it's perfectly fair to have that kind of an expectation, or at least a hope, and to push in that direction. And I don't know. I've been proud to hear some of my colleagues talk about this and how they really want to push hard for changes. I think SVP absolutely has the potential to do that, and it's been interesting, like, hearing perspectives from scientists outside of paleontology, like, oh yeah, our big professional organization, even though they have way more resources than SVP and they have full-time staff, it's like they would be probably trying to ignore this. They've done stuff like that in the past, Paleontology, I like to think, has an okay reputation, and we do try and reckon with those sordid elements of the history of our science, If we're talking about people like Henry Fairfield Osborn, the guy who named Tyrannosaurus and Velociraptor, he was like a major eugenicist in the United States in the 1920s. He was like one of the really prominent people in that whole eugenics movement. He was a disgusting racist, and I like to think that we don't shy away from that kind of thing as paleontologists, that we'll discuss this out in the open, and we should be ashamed of that past, but it's not something that we should shy away from talking about. That shame should be, I don't know, we should embrace that and move in a positive direction with it.
Yeah, shame is a really powerful social emotion, and we can actually harness that to learn and be better. Like
Mm-hmm.
we did that as kids. We felt
Right.
ashamed when mom and dad came home and caught us with our hand in the cookie jar. We were embarrassed. Like shame can serve pedagogical ends when we are
Yep.
dealing with these sorts of issues. And it sucks. Like I don't like feeling ashamed about all the things I've done over my life that I feel ashamed about, but like you should channel that into growing, and we can do that as institutions, as communities, as organizations, not just as individuals.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of what I'm seeing in terms of the "I'm ashamed" responses from a lot of researchers is trying to do this reputation management type thing
Right.
about their association with Epstein, and a lot of these cloying like, "Oh, if I knew then what I know now," and I just get that I know that not every scientist is going to be how I described it, but most of the scientists I hear who go that route, it's like, yes, but you had every capacity to know
Right.
because you're a researcher, you know how to do research, and you're dealing with a very prominent individual with very deep pockets. Why did it never occur to you to do these simple searches and to do a little bit of research, that thing you're an expert in knowing how to do? Um, there's a kind of strategic ignorance at play here, and I being ashamed that you didn't know doesn't fly for me, when what you should be ashamed of is that you made the conscious choice not to know.
Right.
But now we can't deny that anymore. We can't
Mm-hmm.
deny that Nathan, I can't pronounce his last name, had those associations with Epstein. I can't deny in the cognitive sciences that several people I've looked up to, people whose research I cite, are connected to the Epstein files and and they had every reason to know and suspect. And
Right.
how do we navigate that from here? How do we,
Right. And when we're talking about this, like did you see that thing on the this was shared with me by a colleague. The Daily Show had a segment on this whole thing with paleontology and the Epstein files. This is like a week or two ago. I'll send it to you.
Oh,
I was going to show it on stream, but it was it's pretty blue in its humor. Like there's a lot of crass, crude humor in it, so I couldn't share it on stream. Family friendly broadcast. But looking at that, I felt a certain degree of shame. It's like, is this what people are going to know fossil science for? And there's maybe a natural instinct to just try and ignore this or not address it. But I hope that people in the leadership of SVP, this is my personal view here, and that other people who are prominent in paleontology, people who are kind of movers and shakers in this field, they see this as an opportunity in order to actually improve things. And like we have a chance here to change things for the better, like it's fertile ground for that right now, and we can do some cool stuff. We can let this be a real turning point, and I sincerely hope that that's what happens, and to the extent that I can be part of that, I want to do that. Everybody deserves to feel welcome in this field. There are so many people who have been driven out of paleontology and many other sciences because of bad actors, because of harassment, because of abuse, because of misconduct. And, the whole Epstein files thing just kind of lays this bare. It's impossible to ignore now. So let's solve this problem, It's not going to be easy, but this is the time to do it. So let's jump on it, That's kind of my feeling right now.
No, yeah, and I guess maybe for some people in chat, there's a weirdness to talking about these types of issues with that kind of like strategic language of like, this is the opportunity to do that, but this is ultimately how a lot of movements operate throughout time in history. Rights advocacy movements for all manner of minority groups that have made progress in industry, in government, in academia, they do have that mindset of what are the opportunities that we can latch onto to attract more people to our cause, to see our perspective, to begin to agree with us, and to then be more amenable to the kinds of changes that we want to see in our domains, in our wherever we're trying to secure more rights for more people. And not all of us who want to participate in these types of movements need to be leaders. Like not everybody can be a civil rights leader. Like for
Not
movements
everybody
to
should
operate,
be.
we also
Some
need
people
people we also need people to participate in a following role.
Absolutely,
so that way, what's the saying? Too many chefs spoil the stew, or something like that. We do need some organizational structure to this, and that's, I hope that I am okay saying this. Danny and I are not leaders here. We're not. Don't look to us to lead, but we can point people to leaders, people who have done a lot of the legwork already because they've been arguing about these things for years or decades already, people who've been trying to make waves. And if you want to get involved in any of these things, this can be an opportunity for more of the general public who's not already a part of the scientific community to participate in the scientific community. And we'll do our best to steer you to the people that are doing these types of things or advocating for the types of things that we want. We'll definitely share our opinions for these kinds of things. This is not something that the cloistered monks in the ivory tower should do alone, because look at what we've done on our own already. We need your involvement. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, and I think increasing transparency in science and like better communication to the public, and like these are all parts of a solution here. These are all parts of how we move forward and actually improve things in the long run, bit by little bit. So yeah, I really appreciate your time, Reiko. This is it's been an honor. Thank you for suggesting this. Holy cow, I'm glad it worked out.
I have not stopped talking about this for months. Like,
well,
really,
sorry to make you rehash it, but it's
no.
Really
the great
appreciate
thing
your
is, every day I'm encountering more and more and more resources, more and more people who are talking about this, who are publishing about this, who are adding their voice to it, because like you said, this is an opportunity, and I think a lot of people are jumping on this. And you had said earlier that you're having a lot of phone conversations, a lot of conversations with colleagues and things like that. I imagine a lot of us across a lot of domains in academia, in industry, in government, in the public arena are having a lot of these too. And let's signal boost as much as we can. The links that you've shared, the stories that you've shared, and that all the other science communicators, because it's not just us on here doing it. It's also on YouTube. It's all the other science communicators across all these platforms who are talking about it. Let's keep signal boosting this and drawing more attention to this, because that Scientific American article that I shared earlier ends with Steven Pinker lamely trying to argue that a lot of attention is being paid to his, photos and videos in connection with Epstein as a way to distract from Donald Trump's association with Jeffrey Epstein. And my response to that is, no, man, Epstein's connections to the scientific community are just as much a story as Epstein's connections to prominent politicians and businessmen. They're not. We don't have to hierarchically rank which one's worse. It's all bad. Let's be pretty clear about that.
It's all part of the same rotten tapestry there, It's,
So let's keep talking about this. And keep the conversation going. But it's uncomfortable. You had started this with the Spinosaurus paper, and very uncomfortable. I'm never comfortable talking about these things. These are not comfortable topics. But like I said in chat earlier, if scientists can't confront uncomfortable truths, what's the point? This is something that we constantly tell people we're doing. Let's model being uncomfortable.
Right.
This is what we do.
We have a certain degree of, not to be corny about it, but like we have a certain degree of privilege here. Like, I can tank this, as the kids would say, Like, So let's do it, you know?
Yeah.
Thank you, Reiko.
But yeah, thank you for having me on. It was a spur of the moment thing, but it's always great talking with you. You
too.
The disciplinary perspective you bring to these types of community issues is always a breath of fresh air for me, because I'm only exposed to it from my disciplinary perspective. So it's always great to hear.
It's
from
nice
you
to get
about this.
that different kind of viewpoint, and it's kind of a sanity check in a way too. So thank you for providing that, Reiko. I really appreciate it. Yeah.
And thank you, chat, for dealing with
for
my
this,
intrusion into the stream. I'll go back to being a silent moderator for the rest of stream.
Appreciate you, Reiko. I'm going to wrap things up right after this, but
All right.
yeah.
Take it easy, everyone.
Everybody, Ricodactylus, thank you. Thank you. Let's see. How do I get rid of this thing? There we go. Here we are. Yeah. Everybody, Ricodactylus, if you're not yet following Reiko, you know what to do. Went way later with today's stream than I was expecting to, but thank you everybody for sticking with us through that. These conversations are not easy to have, but I think that's a sign that, well, obviously they're important. And I know that this isn't like the kind of happy, fun, la la la, cool dinosaurs kind of conversation that some people come to this channel for, but I don't want to just do that all the time, There are serious issues which need discussing, and if we ever want things to improve, we have to be able to talk about this. And I don't want to coddle anybody or baby anybody, and like, you deserve to know what's going on in paleontology. I'm not going to shy away from that, Thank you for being mature in the chat and respectful, and it is in a way a privilege to be able to have these kinds of conversations. Thanks for not making it weird, chat. I appreciate that. Yeah. That means a lot to me. That we can talk about these things and have an audience willing to listen and engage and just be part of this without being inappropriate. Thank you. This community is pretty darn awesome, isn't it? I mean,
Tradoon.
It really is, Reiko. Thank you for helping make it that way. Thank you for representing science here on Twitch, and appreciate you. I feel really lucky to be part of this community, and really appreciate everybody in the chat. Oh, here comes one of my landlords telling me that it's time for wet food, huh? Huh, Mini Pie? Yeah, here she is. Well, that is my cue to wrap things up here. So let's go ahead and do that. And we will put a Deinonychus skull under our and Claire, yeah, actually, if you wouldn't mind posting that to YouTube, I'd appreciate that.
Though it may not seem like much, 500 bits goes a long way
Thank you,
towards
Chris
supporting
for the
science.
500
Our
bits.
clip
Hey.
here on
Makes
Twitch.
me believe in humanity again seems good.
I appreciate that, Chris Hall. I'm proud. Thank you for helping support these streams for your contribution, Chris Hall. Appreciate that very much. And Solmare, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We'll be doing some more fossil science tomorrow. Probably it'd be a little bit late to stream tomorrow, I suspect, because I might be doing some stuff in Berkeley beforehand. But yeah, scientists are people, and sometimes people are good too. It's true, Reiko. We try, Thanks for making it easy here, chat. I appreciate that. And thank you to everybody being named in our credits currently. Subscribers, cheerers, gifters, followers, raiders, moderators. Appreciate you more than you know, mods, especially during a time like this. Yeah. Let's find somebody to raid into here. And, who else is doing some science or other cool stuff on Twitch right now? Before I get clawed to pieces by this this beast here. Who else have we got? let's see here. Science Streams is on. Well. It looks like I've got a hype train going. Speaking of cool people here on this platform, Balint and Lita are both active research scientists, molecular and systems biologists. They work in genetics and biochemistry, at least on Lita's part. There's some of my favorite people here, and if you don't already know them, well, you're about to. Thank you everybody for being here today. Science has the potential to provide awe and wonder and joy and, real material benefits to humanity. It's important to advocate for science and make sure that it isn't sullied by abuse or harassment, misconduct. Science is worth fighting for. Thanks for talking about it with me. Anyway, Mini Pie. Okay, let's go ahead and raid into Science Streams.